and girls. How's it going tonight? How am I sounding to everybody? How's the mix? Music too loud, too quiet? Can you guys hear my other fan? It's hot as hell where I am tonight. And I have to close my door so that the little one shrieks and giggles and playing can't be heard. And so they don't run in and out of the war room during the stream. So I've got this little icebox thing that helps a bit, and I've had to turn on another fan chat because it got hotter. The icebox helps, but I need something from the other side to cool down the sweat, if you know what I mean. Can you guys hear it? Is it real bad? Everything's good? All right, good to hear. All right, so let's see what's going on out in the wide world tonight. Let me at least flip on the watcher. Oh, hey, you know what? Let's fix the watcher so that I at least have the transparent background. There we go. All chroma keyed out and ready to go. Let me see. Yeah, man, I will, so you asked earlier, one of you who's in the chat, I don't know what your name is here. I know what your name is on Twitter, and it has some F's and some S's and then current year. You know, for fuck's sake, basically. So, hold on. Prime Minister's house burned down by protesters in Sri Lanka. We'll take a look at that. We'll take a look at that for sure. What else? We're going to take a look at Akron. I've heard less tonight than I heard the other night, guys. So I don't know what's going to go down. We might do some more editing, maybe. I don't know. People seemed interested in that, and I need to get some of that done. So let's go. Let me go see real quick about Akron. And then we'll read this news story Hunch just sent me. Let's see what is up and live. I don't have anything live from the ground in Akron. Let me see if Woke.net's got anything anywhere. There were a couple of sympathetic protests the other night, but not much, really. Not much. Hold on. I'm seeing that there's Maxwell Mitchell might be live, but I don't know how long. Hold on. Have a like. Thanks to Clar. Good evening, Holly. How are you doing? Patrick, thank you so much. Patrick's blushing from your gotcha. Interesting. You're back. Now that you're finished with other things, we are second-class internet strangers, are we? I don't know about that, Declar. Hey, another asshole. How you doing tonight? Spoke too soon. Check Gilded. Let me. Yeah, that was from Hunch. So I did look at that. I think that means we're caught up. No, wait. Yep, nothing this end. Okay. About 8:45 Eastern. Saw westbound National Guard movements. 2 flatbeds, 1 tractor, 1 Humvee. Yeah, that's not much. That could literally just be one going out for a depot level repair or something. Who knows? Headed towards Akron. Well, I mean, I guess that might be something. Maybe. I haven't heard shit though. Let me bring up the Akron scanner. We'll bring up the Akron scanner. Let's get into the newsroom. I got nothing up on the screen yet. Let me find something to pull up. Let me show you the absolute lack of live stream, I suppose. So when you type in Akron live stream, you got nada, zilch, nothing. I am, however, I'm gonna go check some of these organizations and see what they have to say about what they're doing tonight. 1 hour ago, let me pull this up. They retweeted someone else. Let me pull up that tweet they made. After a weekend of protests and more violence from police, Jalen Walker's family is calling for an immediate end to the aggression. That must have been His direct family. All right. Let me slide this over to. That must have been after that other family member that we heard last night that was calling for aggression and was calling the other family out. That uncle. I'm going to slide this over to Andrew real quick just to make sure he knows, because he and I had a little talk about how things were going, and this is just like most recent update. So, immediate end to the aggression, violent tactics, oh, never mind, being used by the Akron police against the protesters. I guess I should have read the whole sentence then, huh? So they're going to speak on Monday at 2 p.m. Yeah, I wouldn't expect to see anything at all till that. I don't know, chat. Shame, can't play with the fun toys since 2001 war on drugs. We have a funeral date for Jalen. Yeah, I heard that too. Let me pull that up. In fact, it'll probably just be in this same thread. Let me just find it. So anyways, they're going to issue a joint statement. There's going to be a bunch of speakers at this press conference. The Ashworth Temple Church of God. So I legitimately, crew, I would not expect to see anything till like maybe next week. I would say they're probably going to get people, like, they're going to come talk about everything here pretty soon, and then they're going to go into it. So I was wrong. Take that back. It wasn't that the one family member spoke out and the others issued a call for peace. They issued a call for peace from the police, not from the community. So could be more of the same. I don't know though. Them doing this joint press conference, like with the pastor here, I'm assuming that's, we're not gonna see like anything until then, is what I'm assuming. Patrick, it's your actual birthday? Congratulations, happy birthday, man! Hey, Elaine, should we be worried about the northern Japanese islands that border Russia? Yeah, we could talk about that a little bit. I don't know as much about that as I know about some other areas, but I do know a bit, and we can definitely talk about them. I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue. I don't know. I could look into it. I could be convinced otherwise. Why don't you send me what you know about it, and I'll look into it. How about that? You love how they word all their press releases as if they're not the aggressors. Well, I mean, it's the basics of PSYOP, right? Hey, Dindu, how you doing, man? G-Man, nothing yet. We're listening in to see what we can find out. So we're gonna get the Akron police scanner up and running. You see what I mean by violent ADD, chat? Like, it's good that my brain works fairly quickly, because if it didn't, I'd get nothing done.
There are times in life when you need to take charge.
All right. Bought tilt rotors to service them. The islands are tiny. Oh, they are pretty damn small, but like, they're also like, I mean, some of them are. Here's okay. Hold up. I'm just gonna pull this up on a map. All right. Now, I don't remember which one it starts on, chat, and maybe Google's gonna tell me. But it's these Kuril Islands, and I think it starts like here, or it could start here actually. 'Cause that's the only one with Cyrillic on it. Let's see what this one is. No, that one's got Cyrillic too. That one's got Cyrillic too. So it might be all the way to these islands. Okay, so that one's Japanese. Yeah, so it's all of these. So some of them are tiny and some of them are not so tiny, right? And they kind of, honestly, they were formed the same way the Aleutian chain was formed up here. But not important. This is Russia. Those islands could go either way. So they've always been disputed. For the last many years, they've had a joint development treaty on all the ones that are joint, because I think from there up they might not be joint anymore. I think those are Russian now. So anyhow, they've had a joint development treaty. The islands, because of the way they are geographically, they are mostly like mountains with a little, like, they're strips, right? And it's really, strip islands are often very hard to develop, just because of the way, like, you've literally got to do like a rim road, and sometimes that's a lot of dynamite sometimes. Oh, you like map segments, huh? You're a map segment freak? I love. I'm not gonna lie, I like a good map segment. So yeah, that's the way it be. They have not, they're not super developed, any of them, guys. Like, some of them have landing strips, most of them don't. There's, I think this one and the other one have a little bit of farming that are done on them in a couple of places, but it's not very inhabited. It's mostly this area of this particular island, I think, it's inhabited. And that's just kind of like, yeah. The rest of it's all super mountainous and would be extremely hard to get to all the time. I think there might be something up here too, but I'm not positive. Yeah, and then the rest of these are just mountainous humps with maybe like a couple tiny towns here, maybe an airstrip there, and not much else. So it's not that, like, they couldn't even really be used very militarily, is my point. Late night dinner, chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, mixed veg. That sounds fantastic. We do that every couple weeks. We also like to do on a Sunday, though we didn't do it today. Today we had, because we bought too many buns on the 4th because they were having a sale on them, but you had to buy 3. We did burgers and hot dogs and salad tonight. But what I was gonna say is the other one we like to do is we like to do pork chops and mashed potatoes and green beans. That is a favorite Sunday dinner. My mom used to do roasts. I'd like to do roasts again, but like the Mrs. Watcher and I tried to do roasts earlier on in the marriage, and it never ended up working out well. Like, it was too much, and like we could never get the portions quite right. And then like when we did invite guests over, we tried it differently. We didn't use the crock pot, which that was a mistake. But then like we used a glass dish in the oven and something happened and it shattered in the oven, and so I spent the whole meal stressing about my guests eating glass shards. That was a long time ago, but we just, since, I think legitimately, I don't know that we've done another roast since that incident. I'm not saying that's why, I am saying that it was kind of like, we used to do it every like month or so, and now it's a little bit like schnitzel with gravy. I've never actually had schnitzel. I need to do that one. Well, there are some things to develop, as far as I understand. Like there are some potential rare mineral developments, as I've seen it. There are some indigenous peoples that live there. It would be useful in some cases, like the ones that have enough fresh water. There are some very interesting farming potential, although it does get very cold in the winter. But I mean, look, it's essentially it's on climate latitude with most of the growing area in Canada and most of the growing area in Mongolia, and a lot of the growing area here in some of these countries. China does a lot of growing up in this area, and it's protected by the ocean. The deal is, though, is that some of these are just garbage places. Like, there's nothing on them at all. Like, the soil's not good. You're not super high above water, or you're really high above water and it's just mountain. Just fucking mountain. The whole island is just a mountain. And in those cases, you'll have like one of these cut in, and then like maybe a teeny tiny village up here. See what I mean? Some fighting positions, probably from World War II. There we go. Little village, not much else. So it's just it's a weird place. The mountains all above 3,000 feet in Scotland are called Munros, named after the guy who first climbed and measured them all. Very interesting. I'm in the process of climbing all. Okay, so I've actually heard somebody do this before. That's awesome, Declare. And so love maps about mountains. We could go through some cool mountains sometimes. Like, we could do just a stream about me talking about stuff. I grew up in the mountains, and I've been an avid hiker for most of my life. That's pretty cool, my friend. I think wasn't Dankula hiking one of those last year or something? Lots of bears? Where are there lots of bears? Oh, are there lots of bears on those islands? Oh, that's interesting. I know at least one was a weapons testing range. Yeah, I think it was that one we looked at that I was like, see, it's just garbage. Where did it go? It's one of the smaller ones. But yeah, it's oh, it's not quite that small. Where did it go? I don't remember which one. I think it might have been this one. No. I don't remember which one it was, chap. We were looking at one of them and I was just, oh, it's this one. I think this one is the one that's the weapons testing range. I could be wrong, but like, that's what that looks like to me. Man, you Frankensteined up a kind of taco roll for dinner. That sounds good. Didn't eat it because, of course, my curse is a migraine. Oh, I'm so sorry, man. I am so sorry. I hate migraines. They're the absolute worst. Hold on just a second. So NC, a bunch of them have got kicked back for having come off the backings. I'll go check the return P.O. box for everything tomorrow. I'm betting there's a bunch of them in there. I haven't been able to stop by it recently. So, guys, a bunch of people, some people have got their packages, some people have not. You probably should have got them by now, but if you didn't get it, it's because this is my first time like shipping a whole bunch of stuff at once, and I didn't know some of the intricacies. So if there were like some of them, the machine did not want to sort it, and so like I've had multiple of them that have come back to me after in a return thing, and either asking me for more postage because it's not machine sortable, or asking me to repackage it because their machine ripped the package apart. So I screwed up. I thought what I was doing was like giving you guys a cool package
on my own that I created, and it turned out what I was doing was mostly making a nightmare for myself. I apologize. I've tried to communicate that a couple of times, but I know that like the show is long, and sometimes you guys just skim and you don't get the whole thing. So I hope that you guys that have ordered patches from the Council of Future Conflicts or stickers that have not gotten them yet, please do contact me about it. I'm not saying don't contact me about it, because that does help me to know how many I should be looking out for. But if you've ordered and not got it yet, please hit me on Twitter or hit me on Gilded. But if you've... I sent them all out originally, and many of them have come back. Particularly, if you've got foreign ones, those have not been sent out. That's the only one. I had to figure out an entirely different way to package them so that a postal inspector could still get into them. Hold on a second. I've got little watchers invading the office, and I need to go take care of this. All right, little watchers are all taken care of. Let's see. Barely escaped with my virtue intact. Uh-oh, what happened? Not my first rodeo. Hold on. I need to go further up. Let's see where Joe came in the chat. Let's see. He's talking to Declar. So, come to Scotland with Joe. Do a few with me. Oh, brother. That sounds good. Scotland is one of the few places I'd want to visit. I'd go to Scotland, and then I'd go down to the Cotswolds and go see Jeremy Clarkson's farm. So let me scroll down some of this. Found a nuke silo. Good times. Yeah, I remember that. Like young. Like to spend the time in the mountains, but unfortunately, I'm an old smoker. You can still do it. Don't let anybody tell you that you can't. You legitimately, you just work it up over time, my friend. You can do it. Whatever it is, damn good. Yeah. We're not coming to Scotland so you can lock us in your castle dungeon. We know everyone in Scotland has a castle. I've been told this is true. Not only has Count Dankula told me this is true, Eddie Izzard told me that this was solid fact. Let's see. I would think inhaling smoke all day would be advantageous in mountain climbing. Your body is ready. That's right, man. You're adjusted to low oxygen. There you go. Don't forget pork cutlet with cream sauce. Never even heard of that. That sounds great. Yeah, how you doing, Joe? Good to see you, buddy. Who told you? How did my plans get into public? Let's see. Huge fan of an exchange to... Okay, so this is other stuff. That's not for me. That's not for me. Ireland. I wouldn't mind seeing parts of Ireland. County Cork sounds interesting. Can't even go over the Kildos you posted earlier, thanks. You're joking me! They held funds on a 3D printed Killdozer? Brother, no, this cannot stand. This cannot stand. Look, I have friends who do 3D modeling, and I was planning on asking them to help me make a home printable version that that you can that is like a disassemblable model, so you can actually see what it looked like inside. Because they yeah. Anyhow, or at least estimate what it looked like inside based off what we know. I think that would be interesting.
First duty station was... Oh, okay. For the record, Sharon is in the furthest east you can get with a... okay. Tension pneumothorax reduction needle. They take him to Doha. Yeah, I think I've heard you tell me that before. Okay, cool. I think I'm caught up, chat. So let's get going. Guess what, Joe? My plan worked. I showed them me editing the next tactical video essay, in showing people I sparked an interest, and many of them have downloaded Lightworks and are now getting organized to be able to help us do some of the work. And that would mean like the easiest bit of work they could possibly do for me would be to do future conflicts clips, and like I could tell them where I want the clips done. They could all clip them and then re-upload them to their own channels and then send me the links to them, and then I can download them and then put them onto future conflicts. It'll be easy peasy lemon squeezy. One of them, that they can each decide who's going to take which one. I've been trying to do this thing that I learned when I was working for the startup, where any work I can do that motivates other people to do work is better and more effective than than any amount of work I could have done all by myself. And that's an interesting principle I try to live by when I can remember it, but I usually can't. This is an interesting lake, chat. You should look into it and learn about it. I'd like to go sailing there personally. This is essentially like the American Lake Baikal. It's incredibly deep. In fact, let me check this real quick. Let me check it real quick. Maybe doing some short clips for a members only area on your site. You could do a members only area on your site? That's fantastic, Joe. I think that's an excellent idea. Flathead Lake is deeper than the Persian Gulf. Chat. The lake is a remnant of an ancient massive glacial scar, which formed into a glacial lake. And it's only gotten bigger after they built a dam nearby, which raised the level another 10 feet. Let's see. I want somebody to say where it is at its deepest point. Okay. Bro, if that's the way to go, that's the way to go. I would assume you probably even get a better cut there than locals. My only concern would be, have you checked with your hosting service? Because you're gonna have to provide all the hosting data from your site for those videos, which is fine. But I do assume that the way that's probably gonna work is that you're probably only gonna have enough storage for a couple videos at a time. And what I would recommend then is that we post them to the members only section for a while, and then as you need to free up more space, we take them off the members only section and put them onto the YouTube. I think that'll work pretty well. Flathead Lake and the valley is known as one of the safest places in the world should the shit hit the fan. Lots of Hollywood types out there. Oh, the host is the one who supports it. Okay, good shit. So let's go look at Akron. I'm gonna go look at let's do an airline map of Akron again.
Looks like I'm an aircraft tracker. Flight aware worked pretty well, it seemed. And it even remembered where we wanted to track. But honestly, we don't have anything over Akron. We've got a commercial flight headed into either Cleveland or maybe like past it to Chicago, and that's it. We've had helicopters for multiple days past, nothing now. Let me look at the feed. From Freedom Block and the Akron SDA and all these others, and let's see what they're agitating about. So guys, I don't think there's going to be anything tonight out there. Let's turn the police scanner up, though.
Copy.
Let's see. DSA Akron alongside STP Akron, at STP Akron, and at the Freedom Block released 12 demands. Okay, so let's go over this. This is going to be important.
Yeah, okay.
Twitter search Freedom Block Go.
Copy.
Akron Democratic Socialists of America, along with STP Akron and the Freedom Bloc, released 12 demands, including calling for the city to release the names of the officers that killed Jalen Walker and the formation of a people's budget. Read the demands below. Spoiler alert, none of these will be met.
North Dispatchman 11's en route on scene.
Actually, I don't know. The mayor is super
2304.
like super cocky.
Dispatcher,
2 miles on the trails today. Got out and walked. You know what, brother? I need to start doing this
2611, I
literally
couldn't
every day.
copy.
I'm a member of my local archery club, and we have an
Or no,
incredibly
ICOP
nice
on scene.
walking target course where all the targets are
Copy.
laid out in such a way that you can walk through it like you're golfing. And so long as you respect the party in front of you, there should never be a danger of anybody catching a stray arrow. It is a nice big course. I need to go start doing it every day again, because I did it every day last fall, and I need to go do it every day again this year. And then what I really want to do is like do it from a nice walk, like a nice walking hike through the bushes, which there's a lot of bushes and there's a lot of
Number 480 Hill Avenue is the Olive Garden. A caller states that a customer was yelling at people in the parking lot. He's very intoxicated, trying to get a
Oh no,
description
there's a
right now.
fight at the Olive Garden. What I want to do is work through it to the point where I can like fast walk it and then jog it, and then eventually maybe try and run while I do archery. I'm not saying it's like the best idea in the world because I have a compound, but I would like to get my body back up to that, because I am in bad shape and I need to be in good shape.
Copy 15, 2 copy to cancel.
Yeah, I fixed it. There's a fight at the Olive Garden, no declare. Isn't that important? Hey, Schley, welcome.
Excuse me, great.
I walk on average 8 miles a shift. That's quite a lot. That's part of getting this this whiteboard. I have like horrendously bad crippling ADD. Like legitimately, it is a disability. At least to the degree that I have it. And when you mix it with the anxiety that I have, what I tend to do is like go from thing that I'm anxious about to thing that I'm anxious about in an endless looping cycle that is terrible if I don't have something in front of me reminding me what I'm supposed to be doing. This is going to help because it helps create accountability for like what I've done, and it's in an area that I can look at it constantly, and I think I need to like set up a whole section of it for working out daily, even if it's just body weight exercises on the floor of my office. 3:30, holy cow, buddy. I'm glad you're getting to... Oh, 3:20. You give me inspiration, Jimmy Das Hotep. By the way, thank you for coming over. I see that you came over after the raid, Jimmy. It's good to see you. I would be open to it, but I do not believe I can afford it. I have a friend who did the exact same thing. and has got into really good health. I was worried about it for a really long time, and I was skeptical about it even after he got good results. But I've recently seen studies that allayed my worries. And part of it is that when I learned about ketosis and what it is, I learned about it because I learned about it from a survival course where we were talking about rabbit starvation, and like the actual process by which that happens chemically in the body. And so I understood them to be similar enough that I was concerned about negative side effects. But I've recently seen some pretty conclusive health studies that have me more convinced. I would absolutely be up to talking about it, Jimmy. Hit me up. You got me on Twitter? Hit me on Twitter. If you don't have Twitter, I will give you another way to hit me up. I will start my own Guilded or something, and I'll start inviting all you little droogs into my own Guilded chat. Better off raising chickens and catching fish to supplement. I would very much like to do that, and I live in an area where that may potentially be possible short term. Also, I have been told by multiple, what are they called? Health geneticists, that fish is very beneficial for my blood type and like the genetic background that I have, that I should be looking for more fish protein. And I agree. When I have lived near the coast and I've been able to get fish protein at a decent price, and that became a regular part of my diet, I felt significantly better.
I'll be honest.
I will think about it, Declar. I will get you that PO box. I need to get it up onto the website. I will figure out how best to do that. It's going to take me screwing around in the back end of the website, something I'm not super familiar with. I could just send it to you. I will do that. After, here in a minute, I'm going to send it to you. I'll just swipe it real quick off one of these letters. I'll send it to you that way, but I need to get it up on the website anyways, so I kind of want to just put it up on the website, because then that convinces, like, that makes sure that I actually get that done. Hold on, whiteboard. We need a whole section for the website, because I've got a bunch of shit I got to do there. We need the schedule to go up there. We need the...
Myself and Medic 1 in service, major refusal.
Need to go up. Got an address that needs to be added. Alright. See, chat, getting organized. Living better through using tools. It's almost as if that's what humans do. Really? Okay. All right. I can talk. We'll talk about it for sure. You do intermittent fasting. See, that's what my friend does. The one that does the keto also does intermittent fasting. And he swears by it. So I think that will be good for me, man. Here's the thing. Like, I know it's about eating, but what I'm saying is I also need to develop cardio capacity. That is something I have lost because I haven't been using it. And I also need to develop muscle tone. And so shredding the weight immediately is not necessarily the best thing for me. I don't have good back or good knees, so it's really hard to get to the gym, and there is no pool in town. So I am going to have to figure that part out. It's going to be impossible to swim naturally in the winter, but there is a reservoir close enough that I can go out there in the mornings. But it's going to take me getting up earlier than I already do, and I already get up at 6 every day to do the show. And so I'm gonna have to figure something out. And I don't actually want to go swim all by myself at a reservoir in the early mornings. That is a good recipe for getting tangled up in some natural water flora and dying. So we'll try and talk about it. Try martial arts for all those things. I'll be honest with you. I don't know about the martial art instructors in my area, and I don't know which martial art I'd like to get into. I suffer very badly from choice paralysis. Does anybody know what this means? When I get too many choices, when there are too many good things put in front of Watcher more often than not spends 5 hours instead of, like, if I'm given too many movie choices, for instance, I'm going to spend 3 hours debating internally about which movie I want to watch instead of actually watching a movie. It's just part of who I am. It's a weirdness. I should put Tung Sudo. Zoom Tung Sudo. Okay. All right. Absolutely. I'll try some of that. I will commit to that. After I got done with McMap, it became one of those things where I was like, oh, this was such a smorgasbord of different things. I don't know what to pick. But if you say Tung Sudo, I will go Tung Sudo. I had heard interesting things about, what was the other one? Tung Sudo over Zoom. Simpo. Hold on. Is that what you're talking about? Are you guys, when people say simple like that, I hope they're talking about the Balls of Steel guy. Do you guys remember Balls of Steel? Let's watch this real quick. Neg's Urban Sports. It was the greatest thing. We're gonna watch this real quick. Like, there's so many of them, and it's really old TV. I guess I might get copyright hit for this, but I don't think I'll get struck. They'll just not let me monetize, which, whatever. Burger Bowl Off's okay. I think I like Big Stranger Rodeo to like introduce people. Here you go.
Here's how you play Big Stranger Rodeo. You hide. You see a big stranger. You jump on them like it's a rodeo. You've got to stay off ground for as long as possible. When you've fallen off, leg it.
That is what you mean? Great. I love it. I love Neg. He's got all these little things that he says, all these little catchphrases. Simpo. He's got like 1,001 different things that he does. He's just, I love him. It was a good time. It was a better time. There's one of them where he goes into a bar and he tries to see how many tokes, like right after the smoking ban happened. He goes into a bar that's just banned smoking, and he lights up and tries to see how many tokes he can get before he gets kicked out of the bar. And he legit makes them literally chase, like the security guards to the bar, chase him all around as he's screaming and just toking as many as he can. I think he ends up lighting a second one at one point. It's utterly amazing. Do you do bone broth? Excellent for collagen. I'm sorry, folks. I can't hear bone broth and not think of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. It is what it is. Okay, did we ever go over this statement? Let's go over this dumbass statement and see what their demands are. Disarm and demilitarize. Okay, whatever. Cannot have negotiate. Okay, well, then this. So they're trying to turn this into a thing, it sounds like. The establishment of an independent Truth and Reconciliation Commission to investigate Jaylen Walker's murder and others killed by the Akron Police Department. This commission will be composed of independent investigators, residents of Akron, and other individuals agreed upon by the community. Release the names of all officers involved in the murder of Jaylen Walker. Cut their administrative leave, fire them, prosecute them immediately, abolish the deployment of tear gas, pepper spray, rubber bullets in city code secession, disarm any police or security forces deployed to meet protesters or that's none of this is gonna happen. They might be this fucking stupid. Like, the mayor might actually be that fucking stupid, but this isn't gonna happen. I doubt this is going to happen after they did that last year in Portland and went that woke in Portland and then had to pull it back. Okay.
Truth and reconciliation is a Marxist concept. You are utterly correct. Baby Yoda. Hey, good night, Capsaicin. Good to see you. Hail, hail. Hey, good to see you, Justin. BJJ, way too expensive where you live. Joe, it sounds like I might be wrong here, but like I think you might be able to test out a not super expensive tongue sudo via Zoom class. That might actually be a thing you might be able to pull off. Why not ask Switzerland to investigate? I think the Swiss demand payment, Derna. These demands on Akron all sound like last rainbow in the sky, big rainbow in the sky ideas. I agree. Oh, if Akron PD were driving around in technicals with twin 50s. They do want to get rid of all the spicy toys. Remember, the mayor was cutting off the chief of police. No. Don't get me wrong. The mayor is an utter cuck to all this shit. But they're not that dumb. I don't think so. I sure as fuck hope they're not. That could be bad if they are. Release all memorandums of understanding. Oh, you know what? Hold on, chat. My throat hurts. And I don't want to keep talking with my throat hurting. Let me go grab some water. 5 seconds. All right, Chad. Well hydrated, well lubricated. Let's get going. Just so many. Yeah, right. Release all memorandums of understanding and current in-place contracts between the City of Akron and the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 7. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Legislate the future contract negotiations of Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 7 will be public. Release a financial breakdown of all expenditures of dollars and contracts executed to meet... that one they might do. Make the negotiations public. The cops aren't going to like that. And that, it's to the city's legal... not legal. It's to the city's financial advantage to do that, I think. Gin and juice! But so worth the investment in your health. There's some cheap options, and usually a Gracie will give you a test period of a couple classes weeks. You blew up my Twitter DMs? Aw, thank you, brother. Let me make sure I accept that. Accepted. Cool, man. I'm gonna look into that. I've been eating better, but I'm not gonna lie. One of the things I'm gonna struggle with the carnivore diet is that I am a firm believer in not buying. How do I put this? When I go to prep food, I am a very firm believer in not buying a ton of food that is only for prep. I'm a big believer in buying a bunch of food that I can use in my daily life and just kind of keep that in the regular circulation that also happens to be longer shelf stable, right? And so, like, I've got a dickload of rice and beans, and I know I might be able to get away with the beans on the carnivore diet, maybe, but I'm definitely not going to be able to get away with the rice. And that is, like, I have planned for that to be the primary caloric source in my emergency food storage. So I don't know. I'm going to have to think about this a little bit. Did you miss anything major over the weekend? Man, yeah, it looks like Akron's going to explode, Kevin. I don't know the last time you heard about us from Akron, but, like, the 4-year-old niece of Jalen Walker, the guy who was shot by police, was killed in a drive-by at a memorial service after a protest in his name. they've got heavy hitters coming in from all over the country. They've got a bunch of the big names from Black Lives Matter that haven't fully discredited themselves. Lemon filled, Bavarian cream, jelly filled. Hey man, those donuts, like legitimately, we used to get donuts all the time when we lived in the city, and I quite liked that. Like, I here's the thing, I worked out more when we lived in the city. I walked a lot more when we lived in the city. There was a gym that was close by that was cheap, and so I went there. And there was a pool that was close by that was cheap, and so I swam a lot. And they were both cheap enough that I didn't feel like I could either go to a gym, which I wouldn't be able to get a ton of use out of just going to the gym because of how bad my back and knees are, or I could have gone to just the pool in this area. And here's the thing, like, the closest pool to me is, like, I found out 25 miles away, unless I can talk one of the hotels, which I've already tried to, into letting me use their pool. Not doing. 4 dead in Ohio. Yeah, it was pretty bad. It's pretty bad. You're gonna have to come up with a different unit of measure. Dick loads vary greatly. You are entirely correct there, sir. Entirely correct. But they've got a ton of big hitters coming in from all over the country. They've got a bunch. Oh, hold on, the music's off. I only just realized. They got big hitters coming in from all over the country. They've got big protest leaders coming in from all over the country. They've got sympathetic protests that they're trying to kick off in other places. Now they've got an official list of demands and a press release that they will be doing tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Yes, I will be covering that, in case you're curious. Yes, I will be live for that press conference. It's going to be dumb and it's going to be bullshit, but I want to cover it. I probably will not, like, stay live, because, like, 2 p.m. is quite early here. Like, I will have only just barely got out of Future Conflict. Wait. God damn it, what day is it? It's Sunday. Tomorrow's Monday. There's going to be a Future Conflict
Yeah,
show.
Circle and Howard.
So I will have only just barely got out of the Future Conflict show. Just, like, by an hour or two. Just enough time to, like, eat and get my kids. So I'll go live, and then we'll probably end it unless something stupid happens, and then I'll come back live again.
B5 the caller, or is B5 the
Oh, it's highly unstable. It's highly unstable, my brother. As long as you're healthy, my goal is to see healthy people. Man, I agree, Jimmy. I need to get healthier, and maybe the thing is like I do this while I can right now to get down to a healthier weight, because it's like, I'm not like
in reference to our call
big.
Is
like I'm quite a big person,
boy 5,
and I'm
B5,
not as big as other big people I've seen get.
Or is that the neighbor
I don't feel good. Like that is really the thing, is I don't feel good. And I know for sure that I'm not as strong as I used to be. And so I want to start doing some strength training for sure.
Happy.
Background music makes me unhearable. Let me turn it down a little more. Not a problem. The mix needs to be right. How's that? Better? I'm looking at the levels, and that should be just about right. And the background music in this case should also cover up my fan. I'll turn it down just a tad, though. There we go. Oh, the Fusion team's got some live stuff.
Anything in the notes, but from priors, there's been prior calls to B5.
Alright, we got it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to turn down the police radio. That's too loud. So I'm looking through some of these threads. I guess what we should probably cover is some of these threads about the 4chan hack after we're done with this.
3351 checks okay.
By the way, brother, looking good. Looking good. Looking real good. Fire. Alright, so let's finish these dumb things. Legislate the abolition of curfews. Legislate the abolition of police chases. We've seen how well that's worked out in other cities, haven't we? Eliminate traffic stops for all traffic violations. Don't think that's going to happen. Legislate the immediate release of officer-involved incidents. What does that mean? I mean, they released them rather quickly. Like, Akron got these out, like, hella quickly, actually.
Stop arresting peaceful protesters. Okay. I mean, I'm pretty sure the ones that got arrested, it's not because they were peacefully protesting. They were arrested. It was because they were riotously protesting, and they were doing so directly in front of the county jail, trying to get the other rioters released. So. Or unless you're talking about the first group of rioters who got taken in for rioting, property destruction, lighting fires. Oh, Declar, you missed the 4chan hack. All right, we'll get into this. Hold on. Immediate release all protesters from all jails and holding institutions. Do they mean like nationwide? Like, what are they just talking about like in Akron or like just everywhere? I mean, the rest of this is also unbelievable and fucking retarded. That I guess maybe they mean everywhere. Maybe they think Akron mayor has the ability to do that. I don't know. Create a citizens review board for the police with the power to subpoena and members selected strictly by local organizations. By local notice, not by a local vote. Not by local organizations. I have not really. I've seen some nights. Sometimes they're peaceful when they. At specific times, they're peaceful, but then the very same people will be not peaceful in the same organizational group, just slightly later in the evening.
273, can you just confirm that no assault took place because of what he's alleging?
Do the city and county governments overlap? I do not know. I do not know.
Nothing physical took place, just threats.
Strategize the creation of a participatory budget within the city of Akron. Operating and capital budget processes. These budgets should directly reinvest funds into reparations, housing, public transportation, food security, physical and mental health care, community control, public safety alternatives. Huh. Members must be selected strictly by the local grassroots organizations, including those listed below. So, let us perform a tiny communist group organization takeover of your public safety. What could go wrong?
Union Adam 088.
Oligarchic socialists, don't quip at that like that's not a thing, brother. That's always been a thing. Like, literally, look at how every socialist nation ever goes down. Yeah, the ones who have the ability to use the power of the state beat on others. That's and then take from them. That is what socialism is. It's what it's all about. It's just gang rule with a guilt trip. That's all it is.
Diabetic problems.
To be provided by whom? Doesn't matter.
Med 3, 716, East Market Street, overdose or poisoning. Med 3, 716, East Market Street, at Taco Bell, Cross Street East, Booktel Avenue, and Carroll Street.
So here's my question, chat. What do we think happens here? Like, they're trying to do the whole abolish the police thing. All of this looks really stupid to me. In fact, it seems to me like this is just a try to return to the 2020 glory days of 2020 rioting. The halcyon days of neon riot lights. But I don't think it's happening. I think too many of these organizations, like the Democratic mayors and such, they've seen how this shit goes down, and they've seen that they've literally had to do an about face and look like idiots. I don't see anybody getting ready to toss themselves on that pyre. Do you? Hey, John Curtis, it has been fantastic to see you. Going in the house. Oh, night stream going in the house. You're not going to bed. You've got my night stream going on. Good to see you, boss. Good to see you. These are all fucking childish demands. Childish demands. And literal demands to let communist-run organizations oversee public safety within the city. I don't know. They could be this stupid, chat. For all I know, they could be this stupid. But I don't see it happening. Yeah, the 2020 money has run out already. Did you hear poisoning at Taco Bell in the same sentence? I sure did. I sure did. I'm trying to pass on some of these stories that are just local oddities. We'll remark on them when we can, like that guy who dropped his baby mama out on the curb the other night. But whew. All right, so let's see what else these guys are putting out. Let me see. So this is from 6 hours ago. It's time to make your voices heard directly. Submit a request for public comment at the Akron City Council meeting Monday, July 9th at 7 p.m. So the DSA spreading this all around, and Freedom Block sharing it out with them. Nine hours ago, 13 hours ago. PSL Northeast Ohio. What is PSL? Let's look that one up. I refuse to believe Ohio is a real place. Oh yeah, there's a diabetes issue somewhere. There's always a diabetes issue somewhere. That fucking diabetes issue alarm goes off all the time. Yeah, PSL Northeast Ohio. I'm pulling it up right now.
Or if you can transfer this report number over to just accident, type of dispo in, we can go to Orchard Court.
So...
Copy, and the address was found just by looking up the phone number and caller ID, or call history. She was very distraught.
Party for Socialism and Liberation. Hey, look, there's Cross Guy. Boy, he shows up a lot, doesn't he? Leftist armed militia. All right, so that's who organized yesterday's little jaunt around in caravans. Let's see what we can get. We might be able to find us some live streams on the ground, but I didn't have anything earlier, chat. Like nothing. Dead. I don't think we're going to see anything on the ground in Akron until they do their press release tomorrow at 2. I think everybody's taking a day off. Pumpkin spice latte, how dare they? The pumpkin spice lattes are attacking again, folks. I thought they were only allowed to do that in the fall. God damn it.
3351, that's okay.
Well, all this looks dumb. Dumb and bread-pilled. Anything else? Oh, that's right, the 4chan thing. Let me go get Crab. Let me go look at my favorite Crab man. So,
Get me out of the pickup.
Copy.
we're gonna find where his thread is on this, because it gets kind of interesting.
Nine.
Giving the Hunter Biden leaks a look. So
2338.
here's the deal, guys. If you haven't seen these Hunter Biden leaks, here's what happened. 4chan got a hold of Hunter Biden's, not the phone, I don't know if they got the phone itself. I think they have a digital image of the phone, but I could be wrong. They might just have the phone itself. But they hacked it, and they started releasing stuff. And then it appears that as they were in the process of doing that, one of them figured out that some of the information they found in the phone helped them to hack his current iCloud account. And so they started releasing all of that. So there's a lot to go over. Watcher does in fact have a crab man. Watcher's got a crab man that he goes to for some of the details on fishy people, if you know what I mean. And so we're gonna go through some of his thread, because the crab man has done us a great favor in that the crab man put his mental well-being on the line in order to filter this information for us to stuff that the crab man finds interesting. And if the crab man finds it interesting, it's probably in the right ballpark at the very least. Big fan of the crab man. So let's keep moving. That's Crabcrawler1 at Crabcrawler1. Yeah, this. Here's the thing, guys. I didn't want to do this, and I looked through professional war footage for spicy moments as a side hustle. Completely breaded with extra crust. You're not joking. Like, ugh. Do these people not realize that the only thing between them and the 10,000 Kyle Rittenhouse is the cops? No. I think that they think that the dynamics will stay roughly the same, and that they're gonna take over the shiny badge roll. And here's the thing, boss: if they take over the shiny badge roll and they get the official stamp of approval, they might be right. Not for everybody, don't get me wrong. It's just that, like, basically everybody who's currently considered the criminal classes will suddenly become the respectable classes, and all those who are currently the respectable classes that can't stand it, they are going to become the criminal classes. And it'll take an adjustment period, and it'll be awful nasty. Who records a drug deal? Hunter Biden, that's who? Bro, you have no idea. Okay, hold up. I'm going to go get a fizzy water. I'm going to go get properly set up for this. I'm going to give myself a 1-minute break with a cool 1-minute break graphic. I suggest you all do the same. If you need to go take a bio break or something, do so. We're only going to be away for 1 minute. I'll be right back. Ah, look at that. Didn't even need the whole 1 minute, chat. Didn't even need it. Hear that? Lime. Maybe Nance is coming home to lead the revolution. Oh, God.
Everybody stand by for that. All right, let's go back to the. Let's go back to this. Furthermore, he's done his background reading. Yeah, he did leaks on. He did a lot of reads on the last leak. So if anybody that I know who I like can provide good info that can tie information together, it'll be the Crab Man. By the way, I'm gonna eat a banana, so if it sounds weird, it is what it is. But I'm hungry. Yeah, exercise due diligence, professional responsibility, all that good stuff. Yeah, I'm sure. Come on, Crab, just spit it out. Actual thread. Start over here. Item 1, it seems to be new, is sex from hookers and sex workers. A lot of it. Okay, Hunter Biden really likes porn, like excessive amounts. That's not hyperbole. Enough porn to say that he is legitimately addicted to it. Picture of a GPS tracker. Also, I've heard also that he had a GPS tracker app on his phone to try and keep tabs on people. There's enough proof in the Hunter Biden iPhone to establish that he's the main moneymaker for the family. Screenshot of this article, enough to say that the Biden family probably pays enough attention to all the people who call Joe old as fuck, which he is. By the way, I need to go back and make sure I like all of these as we're going over them. Not only does it help me provide a handy thing about where I'm at, it also ensures that we give them proper gratitude. Picture of the Hunter Biden FaceTiming a woman who's breastfeeding. Picture of naked Hunter Biden hugging a stripper who has stars on her breasts and nipples. There's a bunch of random screenshots of song references and learning how to operate his fucking iPhone, because he's a fucking dipshit. I've said this multiple times. The guy thinks he's a big player. He's an idiot. That's half of how we got here. Half of the idiots who get into the situation that he's in at least know that they're idiots and know to be careful. He is just a protected idiot. He continuously makes these big fumbles and mistakes. I do not know why they have continued to allow him to run around without, like, a literal fucking, like, several security guards whose only job is to just slap the shit out of him when he makes bad decisions. But, let's be real here. Hunter Biden was probably a U.S. intel asset. To some degree or another. To some degree or another, certainly. Not in everything that he did. Absolutely not. There's a bunch of... Hunter liked how this one bikini model looked in a tanning ad, and then took a picture of it so that he could jack off to it later. Probably. We're speculating, but that it seems like a safe bet. Picture of naked Haley Biden. That's Hunter Biden's dead brother's wife, who he was fucking. Hunter Biden seems to take pictures of people's phone numbers on his caller ID landline so that he can remember who those people were. Pictures of naked lady with tattoos on her back walking into the shower. Got to the part where Hunter Biden jerks off into a water therapy tank. Oh, fantastic. Jesus Christ, dude. Other people are supposed to be able to use those. Fuck you. From what I saw in these HB leaks, Hunter Biden, could be probably map of his travels and transactions, which might be one of the most useful things you can get out of this data. Yeah, that'd be a pretty useful thing to find out, wouldn't it? Hold on, I'm gonna check chat real quick. Whichever's clever. Look, man, I don't think you want to see a landlocked U.S. That would be very bad. We don't let them keep shit. That's what I say. Hunter is very likely a Chinese intel asset. I would agree. And to whatever extent that he's an intel asset, it's not like they're like giving him clearance and that kind of shit. It would just be more like they're watching him, and because he is going and doing things, it opens doors for them to be able to see into. So they might ease his passage at some steps and like prevent him from getting arrested, because his idiocy happens to help them look into places they want to. Sometimes. That's what I would assume. They keep finding out more disgusting info about Hunter Biden and nothing comes of it. It could be, man, but it's still worthwhile to know the truth, in my opinion. So let's keep going. Mentions of ketamine, of course.
Screenshots of credit card information, which is a huge fucking no-no. Do not ever take pictures of your credit cards. Ever. For any reason. Stupidest fucking thing. Don't do that. Picture of Hunter Biden's flaccid penis. Aw, poor crab man. He deserves a like for that one. Creepy how much Hunter Biden could monitor his kids' schooling online. It's a lot of sending money to people and porn at the moment. It just looks... I'm just looking at an online cache of stuff right now, though. There's definitely new pictures of Hunter Biden with chicks, yeah. Hunter Biden stretching his penis. More naked pictures of his dead brother's wife. Another GPS tracker. How many of these things did he buy? Yeah, a lot from what I understood from what I was reading earlier. He's a liability to everyone. You're not wrong. Like, anyone who tries to use him is it's dangerous. There are copious reasons not to. Unfortunately, yes. Oh no. No, I just had one bite of it and I've been holding the rest of it because the rest of this has been too enthralling to eat it. A weird Instagram post from what was apparently Hunter Biden's account wishing his son happy birthday, but everyone else in the photo is crossed out besides Joe? Hunter Biden has been prescribed clonazepam. Can cause paranoid or suicidal ideations and impair memory, judgment, coordination. Combining with other substances, particularly alcohol, it can slow breathing and possibly lead to death. It's to treat panic disorder and anxiety. Very interesting, chat. I'm gonna eat a bite of banana while you think about that. Yeah, he was all about that Coomer lifestyle. Text combo with Haley Biden. Yeah, I heard he got her hooked on all kinds of really terrible shit. And then screwed her while she was on all kinds of really terrible shit. And really fucked her life into all kinds of pieces. And then she spent a long time trying to get sober after that. Some guy named Edward wired Biden $37,000. Private mini airplane. Red flag. Here we go. Red flag. Okay, we can flag this one as interesting. Someone to Hunter. I've been there for you through it all for 3 years. Random text exchange. He thinks forcing you to be with Haley is better for his campaign. Next time, don't come hurting people and non-escorts like me. Why does Hunter Biden have pictures showing where hotel fire exits are? There's seriously pictures of that with red arrows so he doesn't forget where they are. Hold up, Joe, that seems weird and relevant. That seems like an odd detail. Text combo where Hunter seems to have canoodled with one Brianna Bardhai. I'm not going to read that, but that doesn't sound good. Dude! So that chick is 5 years older than his daughter and has mutual friends with his daughter. Huh. She seems nice otherwise. Don't know what webcam training shower edition means. I am sad that I do know what that means. Hey, Rando NPC number 3, what you doing, buddy? How you been? I mean, apparently. Yup. Called the Lumpen Proletariat there, J-Sup. Lumpen Proletariat. It's been a large part of the plan for quite a while. Well, let's see. Let's go on a little further. Hunter ranted to... Oh, Adelson Letty, named in the text, seems to have rented... Bought? Hunter Biden a house to stay? Wait, what? Really? Hunter ranted to Letty about his ex being with another guy. Huh. Yeah, I wonder why she walked out on you. It's not as though she found out you were fucking his dead wife or anything. Any advice on how to get independent satellite internet feed on your laptop? Do you already have satellite internet? If I were trying to get satellite internet for the first time, I would not, and instead I would get Starlink. I hear you can just get it now. Like, it is like a 2-month waiting period, but it works. Other than that, I am not sure. Like, there's some pretty serious setups you can get that are not cheap by any means, and they'd have like multi-year contracts the last time I looked at them. But they exist. You were told there might be some fiery but mostly peaceful riots tonight. I would be interested where you heard that and where you heard they might be, because I have heard nothing. I have mostly just heard them being good little boyses and girlses tonight. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm not looking at it directly. We're looking at Crabman. Fernanda seems to be another hooker.
Good. You give me a call, my call real quick. Here, finish. Yeah, give me like 2 minutes.
So it sounds like his dad had been paying for a bunch of shit, and Jill cut him off from paying the alimony specifically. Which, I mean, I don't like Jill. Don't get me wrong, but like that was probably a good choice. But Haley and Mom convinced Dad that I was just lying and going to LA. He made it clear that he'd help if I stayed near home so he could see him all the time. 7 inpatient rehabs now, and he literally has never come. And no one actually called while he was in rehab. Oh, poor baby. Maybe you should have done rehab for yourself to actually get healthy. I don't want to... Some of this I don't care about. Video of Hunter Biden giving some... Yeah, I don't want to... I don't care.
We'll chase one.
Go ahead.
In service.
Gross.
2357.
Bro, there's stuff in here since 2016. Oh, that's not good. That's going to be real bad. I don't believe so, no. I think that he's entirely, like, I think she won a court case, but I think that they're still stiffing her. I'm not positive on that, but that's the last I heard. By a nation state near the equator, like a rocket program, invest in chip manufacturing.
77 North, mile marker 107.
Oh, cool. Well, thanks, random NPC. Good to see you here.
107 at 23.
Oh, don't worry about it, man. It doesn't matter. These are usually pretty informal streams. We don't have a ton planned. We're looking through news, and sometimes we watch news as it happens live on the ground. We were expecting some shit in Akron.
Where's that squad transport to?
But we're not seeing anything in Akron.
Turn around to General.
I'm going to switch this up to something different. I want something a little more
General
upbeat.
downtown, correct?
That's correct.
I'll be on there.
Here we go. This is a little better. Let's see here. Okay. So he's planning to get away from paparazzi and stuff, possibly. That's why he's memorizing exits and that kind of shit. Ah, man, I can only remember it so often, but yeah, AK Ron. We've got the AK Ron city scanner up right now, but there's not shit going on over there. They've issued a thing that they're going to do a press release tomorrow during the day, and that's just kind of been it. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I'm going to try and catch that live.
I'll be clear from here. You put a record number on it.
Tower 10, Kenmore Boulevard, vehicle fire. Tower 10, Kenmore Boulevard, cross Street 16th Street SW, vehicle fire.
Let's see. They got a vehicle fire. I think that's just normal. I don't think that's like a riotous thing. Just because none of the other traffic has made it clear that anything like that's happening. Hold on, here's something. So they might be doing a gathering this evening. Let's see. Yeah, looks like they did some kind of gathering earlier this evening that they asked nobody to stream at or anything. No, they had streamers there. Looks like it was just like a service. People came and talked, and they had a picture of him and some flowers. And is that... They had a candle lighting thing. So, yeah. I'm not going to stream it because there's nothing... It wasn't anything special. That was earlier this evening, it looks like. You found pics of Brianna Bardhigh. I mean, they might have, Derna, but we would have heard other associated traffic, both on social media and on the radio, and we haven't heard anything.
And Bizzetti's bike shop for business checks.
And they wouldn't be doing the kind of checks that they're doing right now if people were right.
001.
I think I just found her Instagram as well. And it's private. Huh. Sexpress Yourself, LLC. Very interesting. There is more than one person with this name, obviously, but boy, does that seem coincidental.
Met 13, 2665, Conrad Avenue, Cross Street, Brenneman Boulevard, and Nesmith Lake Boulevard.
Huh. Interesting. All right, let's do it. I don't think it's the same person, just interesting. It would come up in the same name would pull that up too. Let's see. 2-minute video of Hunter Biden and okay, that's not good.
Wait.
Short video of Dex by a lake. Well, there's that. Picture of iPad screen where it lists the version and serial number of Haley Biden's iWatch. That's not creepy at all. 6-second video of naked blonde chicks. Gross. Takes 1 minute and 40-second video of him and this girl on a beach. Huh. Highly addictive is Klonopin. It is, however, used to mollify the withdrawal symptoms of equally addictive drugs like heroin and crack. Interesting.
Points have not come through yet.
This is all just from the leak posted online. This isn't even from the actual iPhone files.
Copy. Did you check your email? Hey, for mom and that, and the South Summit Dispatch one.
Oh, that's not good.
Copy. I'll check again when I go back. Thank you.
So, this is something we found out. In October 2020, it has been reported that Joe Biden used the pseudonym Peter Henderson, right? This is kind of like how when we found out that Mittens was using Pierre Delecto, right? Now 4chan has discovered that his son Hunter has Joe Biden saved in his iPad as Pedo Peter. How about that? Interesting. Not sure what that was in reference to, random. She's in a lot of Red Eye Club photos from 2021 or from 2011. Ah. All this is incredibly gross. It's disgusting, but it's literally what the president's son did. This is I'm sorry. I get it. It's disgusting, it's gross. You don't even know the beginning of half the gross shit he's done. Like there's a reason I'm not going through these files anymore, because I dug into some of the original files and it's shit you can't unsee. I'm not, plus it's a pain in the dick. Like you gotta set up, oh, it's tough to do this safely. Like you gotta set up a virtual machine and then like connect through the virtual machine and then use the virtual machine to open everything up, so it's not you doing it. It's a whole thing that I just don't want to do. But yeah, this is all very sick, man. It's all really sick. It's just, again, he's a security threat, dude. This is a crime family. I'm gonna look at the actual copy of the leak itself next, not just crap already floating around on other posts online. Okay. Correct, Pedo Peter. Yep. Brings to mind a diary talking about inappropriate showers. Boy, it sure does. It sure does. So these are this is Hunter Biden. I was sleeping in a car smoking crack on 4th Street and Rodney. Hunter Biden to Haley on October 14th, 2018. I passed out on the side of the road and got robbed by a 65-year-old crack whore. Wow.
Haley and Hunter Biden yelled at each other a lot. Over 100 pages of just that alone.
Yeah, Chase wanted in quarters.
I'm not going to go over a lot of that.
Same time.
He was a terrible person. I'm not going to say she was a great person, but I'll tell you that she was a better person before he got her hooked on a bunch of drugs and then took her life for a spin. I'll say that much, right? That's at least fair. You saw too much as well? Yeah, no joke. Hey, Project Pete, I did not see what you said, but I assume it was interesting since you retracted it. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I don't know. I think you might be right, but at the same time, I don't know. This is him talking about how he's freaking out because his business partner in China got arrested, as well as all of the CIA assets in the country that got arrested and executed and flipped and all kinds of shit. Like, it's crazy. More drugs. I was in the car for 16 hours after 9 doses of combo 2 double doses of ayahuasca and then peyote. That is utter fucking insanity. That is utter insanity. Oh man, what a dick. Quick sidebar, people have been making claims, and there have been rumors about this stuff. Apparently, that's where this story came from. Hunter Biden said it to some therapist that she and Hunter were seeing. What story? I told Keith... Wait, hold on. Hunter to Haley. Haley, I'll go ahead and talk to him, but only with me present. The last time I let you speak to my therapist, you told him he was sexually inappropriate with her daughter. Which, yeah, she did say that, according to what's been said. Told Keith about that also, and he said you did not immediately get out of the relationship. That's a line that if you cross, and the consequence is you're labeled a child molester. Yes, because you're a child molester, Hunter. Yeah, I mean, there's no shortage of volunteers. Yeah, there was. I didn't see any of that. Well, I mean, I saw some of it, but not that was cheese pizza, but cheese pizza adjacent. Like, the guy probably made himself a cheese pizza and then took a picture of the results, the afterwards, when everyone was clothed. And, yeah, scarred for life. Don't look at that shit. Guy needs to be in the bottom of there is not a hole deep enough that I would feel wrong about putting him in it. I'm not. Dude, tie this motherfucker up and throw him into the Marianas Trench with a goddamn iron ball around his... I'm fine. Do it. Zero problems. This is... Yeah. Oh, brother, and look, this is just like the interpersonal stuff. There's a bunch of criminal activity in here, an unbelievable amount of criminal activity in here.
Check. Oh. South warehouse.
Oh man, these are bad. This is some dark stuff. Some girl named Tiffany is apparently Hunter Biden's hookup for ketamine, according to the voicemail.
17 and 43, check out. Copy.
Unfortunately, Angron, people in power aren't going to get fed up with this. They're going to see it as an opportunity to get to his dad, and that's literally what the most dangerous part of this entire thing is. His indulgences have been fed because every time he's been caught, instead of being turned in and punished like he should be, people were instead able to twist the knife and use it as a way to get up in life a little bit on his dad. And the ones who weren't were brushed aside by the ones who were.
Company proceed at 13 after.
Francis Pearson left Hunter Biden a voicemail about China. These are the types of things we want to hear. Oh no, I wouldn't doubt. I don't know. Probably not actually. I doubt Hunter went to the island. Here's I think more accurately, the island that you're talking about was used in order to try and entrap people. Why would they waste effort on Hunter? He was perfectly happy to do that to himself on a consistent basis on the mainland and everywhere. They didn't have to do any kind of pomp and ceremony and have some special dude and all that kind of shit like they did with all the other. They just watched him. Vastly understood the keto diet. Oh, brother. That's good. That's good. Here we go. A bunch of birthday emails or voicemails, end of voicemails. Good. Going to scroll through the video section probably now. You poor bastard. Don't even know what this is. Well, let's see if we can figure it out. Yep. Drug paraphernalia and crack. A lot of crack. Like, not an unbelievable amount of crack, but a large crack rock. There you go, Derna. And that's why somebody as bumbling as Hunter has made it as far as he has. He's useful for people on all sides. There's a video where Hunter Biden strips nude at the beach, not to be confused with the video where he's already nude on the beach. There's also a video where Hunter Biden shows us that place between... shows us his taint. Great. Wonderful. Other than that, I covered a lot of the Hunter Biden video stuff earlier. Okay, so some edited videos of naked Hunter Biden running on the beach. I'm not really interested in those. There's a bunch of business stuff in there that Crab didn't go over that I'd seen earlier. Just stuff about his China contacts. Looks like still nothing up over Akron. Let's see if, would you say you have a plethora of cracks? Shows his taint. Tyrone Bigham, jealous as fuck. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So what do we do, chat? What do we do? Do you guys want me to go back into editing? I can totally just get back into editing Joe's video. I've got no problem with that. As long as the 30 of you aren't just all going to bug out. I know that I had 20 of you sitting and watching that earlier. I will look around and see if there's... Maybe we can find some Dutch stuff. Let's look up Dutch farmers. I know that they said they were going to do a big shutdown tomorrow. Let's see if we got anything for that.
I have not seen, like, there's nothing under Dutch farmers at all. Oh, there we go, there we go. You gotta scroll down a ways. Why is it tagging Ukraine on my Dutch farmer post? Lots of people saying they support the Dutch farmers. Videos from the 9th. This was posted recently, but it's not Rebel News. Like, Rebel, I don't know when Rebel News posted this. Let's take a look.
She's in her apartment.
Probably, man. Probably.
018.
They have. I think it's
303
like somebody else is pulling the strings. It's like I think the governments have been infiltrated. It looks like it.
Yeah, so this is
Huh.
like a world issue, right?
No idea.
It is. Yes.
Canton expires 12 of 22. Owner Sharon is valid.
So this is pretty funny. Pull this one up.
Okay.
First they said I couldn't buy Twitter. Then they wouldn't disclose the bot info. Now they want to force me into buying Twitter in court. Now they have to disclose the bot info in court. I do like Elon. Elon's got some good memes in him. Let's see if we can pull up chat. Rady Shady Legends. Just these Akron videos from last night. That's all I got, chat.
Happen at Whipple and Belt Village.
Okay.
Wait, did somebody burn down Bill Gates' shopping center? What? Hold up. No, but I'll look into this now.
Showing that I'm on one. I'm gonna restart my system.
Give me just a minute. I've got to close down some windows before I can open any more. To put the cocaine back in, I know. Hey, Kate Ron! Yeah, we know. We know. Will Witt? Ah, interesting. So let's look up this this Bill Gates shopping center story. I want to see that.
.021.
Oh, in Cameroon? This was 2020. Okay, so let's look up Bill Gates Shopping Center. All I'm getting from that is from 2022. If you've got a post to that, please link me. I'd love to hear about it. Trying to find anything else good to pull up for you, chat. Netherlands
Diagonal
today.
Road, sick person. Med 9, 525. Diagonal Road at Cross Street, Copley Road. And
Looks like the Dutch
Copley
firefighters
Lane,
joined the
sick
farmers
person.
today.
Non-emergency response.
Not bad. Always good to see some solidarity like that.
Hotline, and there's no weapons.
Well, I know it's 2022. I'm seeing that
I
the
heard
only
the
things
SLB
I
in
can
the
see
people
from that
field.
are from 2020.
Wait for cover.
Copy from Grand Wyattville.
022.
And how do you feel about the government and the way it's treated the agricultural sector?
We believe it's
You can
part
show
of
me
a big
clear,
plan.
okay?
Sometimes they say
023.
tri-state city.
Sure.
3 years ago when we started demonstrating, people said, yes, Holland will be the capital of Europe. And I said, you're
Out of
crazy,
name,
you're
any
mad.
mileage,
But
48.1, nothing for debris.
I think they were right then.
Well, chat, that's not quite fair. That's not quite fair, chat. It's a dual reason. It's both because the liberal media hates him and because it caused his party to surge and take a supermajority in his country. If it had caused his party to somehow weaken, which I don't think that was likely, but if it had done that, they'd probably cover it more.
Land. They don't need our nitrogen. They need our land. 85% of land is from the farmers, and yeah, they chase us away to get land for building and recreation.
And how do you feel about the government and the way it's treated
Very interesting.
the agricultural sector?
Let's see what else we got under Dutch farmers. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot posted recently, honestly. Some very poorly worded articles that say the Dutch police opened fireplace at farmers. That's not what happened. Dutch farmers are saying no to the Great Reset and climate communism. Some of those have some nice deep tones. I like that. What do you think, chat? Well, no, look, they don't want to draw attention to that, man. Like, look, a lot of them have realized that, and they're starting to freak out because here pretty soon they're going to start working out that gun control is dead and has been, always has been. But they don't want to freak out about it publicly because that draws attention to it, which would make it worse for them. You think this is the next Boer War, huh? Boer War II happens on the home front, eh? I don't know. That's a bold prediction there, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off. Let's see. Anything else for AK Ron? Not really. Not really, guys. I might be done. I'll tell you what I might do, though. I might roll this over into the start of something I've been wanting to do for a while. I need to edit, but I think I might do a watch party with you guys while I edit. Or at least for part of it. And I'm going to turn on, like, I was thinking we could turn on one of my very favorite shows. And if I do it the way I want to do it, I don't think I even need to, switch over to Twitch. We can just do it here. It's just, it'll be weird. And, like, people will ask, like, what are you guys doing? And you'll be like, we're watching a show together. Shut up and ask for a timestamp. If you guys want to do that, we can watch that. I don't know what else to do, though, guys, because there's not a lot else going on. I guess I could just live edit for you guys again. But I thought that was, I don't know. I thought you guys would think it's boring, and then apparently you don't. So here's what we got so far. We're going to have to get some music for this, but...
At the beginning of this month, as Pride Month got in...
Whoa! Whoa! That track is too loud. That track is way too loud. We're going to bring that down to like there. That's more appropriate.
At the beginning of this month, as Pride Month got into full swing, we saw footage of allegedly family-friendly drag shows at adult bars all over the country. We're continuing to see them at parks and libraries and things throughout our country, as if any strip show is ever family-friendly. The videos from that particular event included small children sticking money into the underwear of stripping drag queens as proud parents made videos and cheered the little ones on. I don't know.
I'm sorry. I thought that was quite well edited, this part. I thought that was a good point. Yeah, man. I did Witchcraft Live earlier. I had to pull it down because... well, I'm not going to say why, but I had to pull it down. People really enjoyed me doing Witchcraft Live, and like I said, it sparked the attention of several people who downloaded Lightworks, and they've all said they are interested in helping with clips, and that will free up some of my time, like I told you it would, my man. Every time I say I want to try something, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna do it myself. Brother, I got you. I gotta, there's a madness in my method and a method to my madness. So let's hear what Joe's talking about next, and then we'll know what we want to pivot to after Drag Queen doing this thing.
Included small children sticking money into the underwear of stripping drag queens as proud parents made videos and cheered the little ones on. I don't normally do this on here, but I'm compelled to do so today. This is pure evil. And
what do we want to do for pure evil? What's a good concept we can use for pure evil? Let's go to Pexels. So it's always a good place to start. I like to, just because it's all free. And so let's... what do we got for evil? What do we got for evil in here? Probably not a lot. Actually, there is some. That guy sounds wise. It's true. That does potentially work for pure evil. Which armed socialist movement, man? There's a shit ton of them. I've shown them on the channel before. We've shown them on Future Conflicts before, too. But if there's a particular one you want me to look into, and if they're doing something right now, I will do so. Right now, we're looking for something that we can display as pure evil. Hold up. I actually have an image for that. I saw one that said this is what a collapse, or this is what a dying society looks like. And it was a perfect still frame we could use for this. No clowns? Alright. Picture of Joe Biden, yeah. You're familiar with GIMP? Yeah, man. There could definitely be some GIMP-specific tasks you could help me with. You might even know better than I do. Hitler Youth, B-roll, yeah. Yeah. You're not wrong. I mean, and I could probably find that. Yeah, I did. Yeah. Look, it's a very, like, most of the photographers that upload there are very woke. I'm not sure why they decided that was the way they wanted to go with that, but they did. Well, look, it's a black girl, but she's got, like, the evil eyes, and she's got an eyeball in her milkshake. And that was probably under evil eye, I would suspect. See if there's any more of these that might work. Yeah, we don't really get any of those for evil. Are there any good, like... I want to find that photo, damn it. Let me see if I can find it a different way. So let's try a Google image search for it. So, little girl, pride, parade, puppy. What do they call that thing where the dudes dress up in the leather puppy things? Puppy leather? There it is! I think that about covers it for pure evil. Give me a second to save that. Video essays, episode 3, raw video. Let's do images. Start a new folder. Oh, shut up. Okay. And then we just go like this.
I don't normally do this on here, but I'm compelled to do so today. This is pure evil, and
Yeah, I don't know, guys. So, hey, Josh Ham, just checking in as I stay in cabinetry, fix at the house to sell for more. Hey, good stuff, man. Where are you moving to? Getting out of Texas or just different part of Texas? Got to get the bag to get the homesteading rolling. Oh yeah, no joke, man. Maybe a guard tower or two. Yeah, in modern times, you're not kidding, buddy. Let's see. Most photographers are very, very woke. Yeah, not a joke. Maybe just some Cenobites from Hellraiser. So did that display on the full screen? So here's what we want to do, though. We want to put a 3D DVE on this so that it is full screen and we don't get the black bars on either side. So we're gonna go like this, and then we're gonna zoom it until well, maybe not that far. That's a little better. Let's do this. Make it a little better for us on the YouTube. And we'll zoom a little bit more. How about like 0.75? Yeah, and then down a little more. Like that. Yeah, YouTube will probably be kind to us for that on. Only non-woke photographers here. Good to hear. Oh, hold up. I need to get the music pumping again. Where did that go? Yeah, I'm still listening. Patrick, don't know why I know that it's called... Oh, gotcha. Well, at least you know.
I don't normally do this on here, but I'm compelled to do so today. This is pure evil, and we are doing nothing about it.
Okay, I think I want to find a decent check on that classic quote. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. We're gonna go. I think I've got a good thing we can do. We can get rid of this. So we want pixels again. And then we're gonna look for a good video of a gray day. We want like kind of spooky. Something misty and a little ominous. Not like that. That's not the one we want. No. Why don't we see what they have in here for Riot, just because I'm wondering. They do have some Riot footage in here, a little bit. Foggy, that might work. That'll work. That'll work. We just want something good. Oh, that's no, that's not gonna work. We just want something nondescript that's a little gloomy looking that we can put words over the top of as it moves, because movement always looks better than a still image. This works just fine. Clouds over the ocean works just fine and dandy, I would say. And so we'll swap this over here, and then we'll grab that out of the download folder.
And we'll plop it. And here it is. So they usually come, if you weren't watching earlier, they usually come with audio tracks, even if the audio tracks are empty. I always, when I'm doing a video essay, I just kill the audio track, just like that. So.
And we are doing nothing about it. Now, to be fair, some protesters arrived at one in Dallas and called it.
What? Okay, so never mind. We don't have enough time to do that here. We'll use that undoubtedly somewhere else, but we don't have enough time to pull that effect off. Because I wanted to put words about, like, all that's necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing, to time up with when Joe says we're doing nothing about it. But I don't have time for that. So what do you guys think? What's a good thing to put here? I'm gonna make a cut here so that I don't have to think about it too much. But if you think about something good that can go here, let me know. I'm gonna move on to this next segment. So I'm gonna listen to it one more time, and you guys let me know if you think of a good thing that goes after this.
And we are doing nothing about it.
Maybe like an image of parents bringing their kids to the parade, I guess. I don't know. What's going on here? It means the right to tell people that what they don't want to hear. Yeah, no shit. What's a waste of time, Spline? Spline, I'm confused. What are you talking about? What's a waste of time, boss? Gray sky, yeah. I too am looking for some stuff. Seems when I link it here, it gets yeeted. Shall I send it to you on Gilded? Declare, yes. Gilded would be good, or Twitter DMs are good too. Boondock Saints, love that show. Or, sorry, no, I love the Boondocks. I also kind of like Boondock Saints. It's a decent movie. This is fire. Oh, you're totally right. This is fine. Yeah, absolutely. That's perfect for that. I don't know why I didn't think about it. Let me find a good This Is Fine. In fact, I think I saw somebody do a 3D animation of This Is Fine. Let me find that real quick. So I'm pretty sure it's on YouTube. Was it Adult Swim? I might be fucked if it was Adult Swim. Yeah, we'll just have to do the static. Adult Swim Deutschland! You know what I might be able to do is I might be able to take this and put him in there. By the way, Everything Is Fine is actually really kick-ass. I read it as a webcomic, part of it. I haven't finished it but because it freaks me out, but like, it's pretty good. Now that I'm seeing it in this feed, I'm like, oh shit, that's right. Responding to talk about pet play. Oh yeah, goddamn man, yeah. Was it bad? Came back, saw your chat. Yeah, no, yeah, no joke. We're using it as an example of degeneracy. Literally as an example of evil. Let me see if we can find an independently animated version of This Is Fine. Okay, chat, I hear the freight train in the distance. I am going to mute myself until the train goes by because it gets really loud and stupid. I've got like one more whistle blast warning, so I'll just tell you that I love you, and it's going to be like a minute, maybe two, before I talk again. Because these late night ones usually, or these early night ones usually are quite long. You've heard people talk? Up-to-date info. Okay, man. I will consider doing that as a show together next week, man. If you want to know who's got the hot info on that, I'll tell you where to go. You need to go to Forward Observer. My friends over at Forward Observer actually track that regularly. When I wanted to do a show about this earlier, that's who I went to, and they had like solid emails. They send out emails every day, but they had a solid like chunk of like, here's where they're training, and here's who's inviting them to do training, and here's all the different speakers who were there, and forwardobserver.com is our good friends. Like I said, it does cost a little bit of money. Oh, there's my last warning. It does cost us a little bit of money to subscribe to their email service, but they send out daily reports. It's got everything good in it. I think it's $9 a month or $90 yearly, so I think they give you 2 free months if you sign up for a year. I don't get paid anything for that, by the way. This isn't a paid thing. This is just me saying these guys are Intel vets who have access to Intel streams and know where to look and how to analyze and collate information, and they do it specifically for you people out there. So if I had an extra $10 kicking around in my budget, that's one of the places I would send it. All right, I'm gonna go quiet for a little while. We're gonna I don't know. Let me find something to turn on while I have to be quiet. Something that's copyright free and not going to get me yeeted. Hold on, that train is taking way too long. It should have already been here, so I might have a little bit. Is there something I could react to? I don't mind doing some reaction to other YouTubers' content. Have you guys seen the latest Donut video? Let me put that up. Donut and I have so much crossover. I don't mind, especially doing Donut reactions. This drove me utterly insane, and I'm just going to let Donut talk about it while the freight train goes by, and then I will start adding my own commentary after the freight train has passed. Where the hell is that train? It should have already been here. I keep hearing it do the woo, and it's getting a little bit louder every time. I wonder, are they stopped? You guys heard that, right? Yeah, here it comes. I think they must have stopped at the crossing not too far from here. They don't usually stop there.
California for being a stinky vomit pit full of super high taxes. Hi everyone, Donut here, back once again to make fun of California for being a stinky vomit pit full of super high taxes, dirty hippies, ridiculous gun laws, and probably one of the worst justice systems our entire country has ever seen.
Preach!
I think I've made about 9 million videos at this point about California being
and it's
a
coming, but it's
criminal
moving
justice
slow as hell, which
revolving
means
door
when I
of
do
degens.
have to go
and not
quiet,
the cute
I'm
and
probably gonna have to go
spontaneous
quiet for a
degens like
while.
me or Florida man, the felonious kind who do really bad things. California's like, well, all
legitimately,
shucks,
Holly,
he raped
that
again,
you might not
better
be
let him
wrong.
out. He won't do it
They
next
usually don't
time.
stop for that,
Oh,
though. They
wacky
usually just kill it.
California. The video that we're about to watch is pretty gnarly, and the title that you saw when you clicked on this is correct.
You met
But first, a
Shelly
word
at
from our
the
sponsor.
local American Legion.
This
Shelby
video
at
is
the local
sponsored
American
by
Legion.
Aura.
Oh, hell yeah, buddy. That's pretty... Okay, now they're doing a lot of honking. I'm concerned, chat. Is there going to be like a... Is a train going to hit something right next to my window? Chat, I don't know how to explain to you how devastating that would be. Watcher and his whole family would just be gone if a train derailed anywhere near here. Okay, I'll be quiet for a while now.
It's you and your family. Back to the video. The person in a stolen vehicle who ran over a woman and her baby only got a couple of months probation. The woman in this situation is claiming the suspect did it on purpose, and it's kind of hard not to argue with that. The woman suffered some back injuries, but the baby got away with a few scrapes and bruises. Keep that in mind. It still looks super gnarly though. Stick around after the video though, and we'll talk about the schmuckery of justice provided by the district attorney, George Gascon. August 6, 2020. 21.
It's terrible.
Venice,
I saw this when it
Woman
happened.
only identified as Rachel was walking with her 8-month-old baby when our 16-year-old suspect is driving the wrong way on a one-way street at a very high rate of speed. She sees the car barreling towards her and her baby and only has about a split second to react. If you look closely, you can see Rachel lift the baby stroller up at the last moment and turn it to avoid the baby taking the impact head on.
Okay, Hunch, not a problem. I'll check into it.
Suspect stops momentarily, then takes off. Here's my favorite part though, it's not all sad. Some random person coming down the road in a black Dodge Ram says, "Fuck no, you ain't getting away," and rams this little turd head on.
Yep, and I wish he would have killed him, but he didn't, because now the kid's just getting summer camp. Yep. So the guy put a stop to it. The kid's not going anywhere. The police come and arrest him, and the district attorney George Gascon is giving him summer camp. Summer camp. Summer camp. Oh, I didn't see Donut's breakdown of Jalen Walker. Do you guys want to watch that? Since that's what all this AK Ron nonsense is about. You guys want me to watch Donut watch that? I like Donut's high oh, do I have to sign in to watch it? Jesus Christ. I can't, they don't even give me a share button or anything. Like, I can't open this in another tab. I'm gonna have to like search it from the other tab. You guys want to see that? Yeah, the mom saved the baby. She did a very good job. Yeah, but he's just getting summer camp, and I mean literally summer camp. Like, yes, correct. Summer camp for attempted murder, yes. Yeah. George Gascon. We'll get back to editing after that, but yeah. Let me pull up the Jalen Walker shooting from Donut, because I haven't seen it. Like, I've literally done my own breakdown, chat, but I would be interested to see Donut's breakdown, given that he's a former police officer. Let's look up Donut operator Jalen Walker. I understand and wish to proceed. Okay, cool. Hey, Donut. Please don't copy strike me, bro. That would be really cool. I mean, if you do, I'm just tiny and it's, I mean, it'd suck, but like, I'm sorry. But like, I just want to react to this because I want to see how much of this you and I both agree about.
Here, well, we got a pretty high profile shooting to talk about today that's been all over the internet for the past week. First off, I'm not saying this shooting was right or wrong. I'm gonna do like I always do, stay in the middle and give you guys the facts. I am here to provide the facts and just some personal thoughts on the matter, not to give my opinion on whether it was...
Hold up. I'm going to check on these gilded PMs people are sending me because I haven't looked at any of them yet. Hunch, did you say you sent me something? Because the last thing I see from you is Sri Lankan Prime Minister's house burning down. You say it's from a Russian source? I don't know if I want to watch 4K footage of a man eating chips while using a laptop. Why would I want to... What? What was this for again? This also takes credits. I have to sign up for it. See, that's why I like Pexels, but I'll look into this. This might be good. For do nothing. We do nothing. Yeah, I like that. That might work. I'll check into that.
Right or wrong. That's what you guys should do in the comments below. Although some very...
He is affiliated with BRCC. Yes, chat. Yes, chat, he is. Or can I say, yes, chat, he for sure was. I don't know for sure that he still is anymore. I haven't heard him shill for BRCC in a while. I haven't heard him appear in BRC. I haven't seen him appear in BRCC's videos in a while, and Homeboy picked up his life and moved to Texas so that he could do a bunch of shit with BRCC, and very recently sold his house and moved away from Texas. So, I don't know. Yeah, the kitty diddler that got sentenced to 2 years. I saw that. I saw that earlier. That also... Yep. Fucking terrible. I don't know what to say.
Influential.
So we don't know, chat. What I'm saying is there's some up in the air status about his affiliation with Black Rifle Coffee. Black Rifle Coffee Cucks.
liars, influencers like the Bishop Talbot Swan like to say things like, I'm in the Klan. I promise you I'm going to stay as unbiased as possible and only give you the information as it was released today. Speaking of, I first heard about this incident from a tweet that went viral from the Bishop Talbot Swan. He stated, his name is Jalen Walker. 8 Akron cops fired 90 bullets at him, hitting him 60 times throughout his entire body. The cops pulled him over for a traffic violation. He was 25. He was a DoorDash driver. He was unarmed. He was murdered. Hashtag Jalen.
So let's talk about this. I mean, I have yet to see any confirmation about whether he is a DoorDash driver. They did not fire 90 bullets. They fired around well, he was struck by around 60 bullets. I don't know how many they fired versus how many hit. So there is that. We could literally go into the video and get really autistic and count each and every shot. I've done that before. I don't know that I care to do it on this video. Cop pulled him over for a traffic violation. No, that is a half-truth at best, my friend, and you should know that, Bishop Talbot Swan. He was 25. Sure, he was DoorDash driver. Great. He was unarmed at the time, but he had just fired at police from the vehicle he was driving not even a couple minutes ago, and police had zero way of knowing that when he whipped around back towards them as he was running away from them in the dark, that he wasn't holding the gun that he had previously been shooting at them with. But okay.
Jalen Walker. I replied, hey, there's more to the story. He did shoot at police and led them on a high-speed chase, but the Bishop Talbot Swan has already hidden my reply. The tweet went so viral, Luke Skywalker even replied and said, appalling, we need accountability ASAP. Mind you, this is still one viral tweet from whoever the fuck this guy is, and people are already like, oh, we've already made up our minds. I saw the bishop's tweet, and as I normally do, I took his word for it.
Yeah, Hunch, I can see it this time. I'll read it here in a minute. It's very interesting, if true.
Retweeted it and said the cops were just racist. Just kidding. I pulled out that little rectangular supercomputer that we all carry around in our pockets that has the Google box inside of it. I searched for this young man's name who was killed in this situation. Because I was skeptical, police just pulled over a random Uber driver and shot him 60 times over a traffic violation. And exactly what I thought was going to happen happened. There was more to the story. Not that that justifies anything, but it's always good to have every detail and not pick and choose details just to drum up likes and followers. What was initially reported before an official report was released today, Sunday, July 3rd, is that the driver, Jalen Walker, refused to pull over for police after a traffic violation, led police on a high-speed chase, fired 2 shots at police while fleeing, jumped out on foot, and was shot by several officers shortly after. Today was actually the first time authorities came out and held a press conference for what happened. The Ohio Attorney General Dave Yost said today, people want and deserve answers, and they shall have them. BCI will conduct a complete, fair, and expert investigation. Body-worn camera footage is just one view of the whole picture. Before drawing conclusions, the full review must take place. The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation released some very important things that had to do with this case today. Let's jump right into it. Dear YouTube manual reviewer, this is a violent law enforcement encounter, but it is in an educational manner, as I was a former police officer. With that being said, this video is sponsored by the USCCA. Let's say some.
Well, and while he's doing that, let me just go ahead and say, as I try and find where the video picks up again, that in case some YouTube reviewers trying to find out, first of all, Donut, thank you so much for doing what you do, my friend. People have said I'm not a big fan of Black Rifle, but as I have previously mentioned on this, I'm not sure you're affiliated with them still. I don't like how you run your chat, your Discord group, but it's a Discord group. You can do whatever you want to do, my friend. As far as, like, I think he's a good creator, chat. I do. I think he does great content when he puts it out. I really like him. I've watched him for a number of years. It makes me happy when I see a Donut video come out. It does. That's why I was so upset when he got involved with Black Rifle. That's not true. I wasn't upset with Black Rifle at first. I was upset later that he got involved with Black Rifle after Black Rifle turned into a bunch of cucks. And the way that he responded to that was essentially not to respond to anybody about anything. And so I didn't like that. But I respect what he does. I like what he does. I'm happy he was a police officer, and I want to get that added to it because, YouTube reviewer, I was a marksmanship instructor in the Marine Corps for a number of years. Although we follow very different standards, it is very curious to me to see how those standards are different from police to military. Or former military, I should say, because it's not the same anymore.
Traffic infraction. The driver doesn't want to stop and a pursuit was initiated. About 40 seconds into the pursuit, a gunshot can be heard coming from the vehicle. Traffic cameras from the highway catch a small flash coming out of the driver window, and the officer radios in that a shot was fired from the window.
Salvage, reason for stop was traffic and equipment violation.
Hunch, I'm going to get into that story you sent me after this because it leads into another story that I had earlier that I was going to cover on Future Conflict, but we can cover it here and I can cover it there again. That's not a big deal. About what Russia's options are if what you said is true and they want to push it. So let's talk. Let's watch.
Shots fired. All cars. In effect.
21 shots fired. That vehicle just had a shot come out of its door.
Police chief actually stated in a press conference today that they went back to the scene the shot was fired and found a shell casing consistent with the suspect's weapon that was...
You hear that, chat? So not only do we have the multiple flashes on multiple different videos that show that he fired, we also have a shell casing that was recovered on the scene. I don't know, man. This seems pretty fucking ironclad. Did I see Officer Tatum's Uvalde video? I did not. I would like to see it. Am I going to be mad, chat? Look, I want to like Officer Tatum. I really want to like Officer Tatum. Am I going to be mad at Officer Tatum's Uvalde? God damn it, chat. Don't make me get mad.
Later found inside of his vehicle. After a high-speed pursuit for several minutes, the suspect slowed down and jumped out of the passenger side of the vehicle wearing a ski mask. I want to speak on the ski mask thing real quick because a lot of what is being said online, especially perpetuated by the bishop that said I was in the Klan, is race. You can't tell if this man is white, black, brown, yellow, purple, or rainbow colored. It is in the middle of the night and he is wearing a ski mask. Police officers did not shoot this man because he was black, and that is a fact. On with the video, officers pursued him. Tasers were unsuccessfully deployed before the suspect quickly turned around to face the officers.
And that's the point at which he decided that he was going to turn this from a really shitty, stupid chase with him firing at the cops into him dying. Like, legitimately, had he not decided to just whip back around at cops, dude wouldn't have been dead.
This is when the shooting took place.
Put hands up! Stop the car! Get the fuck up!
Yes, I mean that, chat. Even after shooting at the cops, had he decided, I'm just going to get down and lay down, had he done literally anything besides run away, oh, I'm going to zig back and look and turn directly at the cops after I was firing on them in the dark. That's the point at which decided that he was going to unaliven himself.
The police chief actually spoke on why the officers probably opened up on him. Here's what he had to say about it.
I've watched this video more times than I cared to, but I've watched it at least 40 times. When you see it in real time, it's very hard to distinguish what Mr. Walker is doing. In the still photos, there's a picture that appears to all of us that Mr. Walker is going down to his waist area. There is a photograph that appears Mr. Walker was turning towards the officer, and there is a picture.
Dude, he is. Look, let me put this to you guys some way that maybe you guys don't get it. I like to take people where they're at. Some people are statists. They are. Some people were born and raised, and they had their belief patterns and their behavior patterns concretely set in a statist way. I take them as they are. It's not that they are incapable of goodness, because they are still capable of goodness. They look, a lot of people seem to think that, like, you're just going to get some breakaway, that we're just going to become an anarchist society, and I'm telling you that's not. It's literally, that's never going to happen. It's just, the closer you get to that, the easier it is for some really shitty elements of society to come out and take power, like communists and that kind of thing. What you're going to get, if it ever happens, if you want to transition towards liberty, in one humble watcher's opinion who has spent way too much goddamn time thinking about this and listening to what some of the best minds in the world have thought about this,
What I think you're going to get is a gradual transition from a really bought-in voluntaristic style government into an eventual self-government, as that becomes less functional as a function of both population density migrating when we gain the ability to take to the stars and that kind of stuff. Because I do think, as long as we don't wipe ourselves out, we'll probably make it to Mars, and we'll probably make it further than that. All right? Let me see here. Tatum is a statist conservative, right? The way Tatum sees it, yeah, he's of the 90s Bush, Gingrich, neocon ideology. That's just the right version of woke. Not, I mean, sort of, not entirely. I think the right version of woke is the Tipper Gore style shit. Like the right version of woke is generally already on the woke side. They are the people that we call rhinos. Guys, they're the people who are part of the administration in every kind of thing that are like, they're just the different flavor of the same woke people. Tatum's not that. What Tatum is a guy who's bought into a warrior culture and a warrior brotherhood. Ask me if I might know what that might be like. Right? Like, come on. I can get being part of something like that because it makes you feel like you're a part of something greater than yourself. Right? And that's a very powerful feeling. It's something that we all strive for, is this feeling of inclusion and importance and status. And that's something that an organization like that can give you, and it can absolutely inspire loyalty. And like I said, you have to take people where they're at. I'm not saying that means you praise them for those things, but I am saying that it means that, like, I can appreciate Officer Tatum without thinking that Officer Tatum is the end-all, be-all, bees knees, balls to the wall, best thing ever. Same with Ron. Like, I disagree with Ron about a lot of stuff. Look, if Ron and I sat down and had a stupid long conversation about stuff, we'd probably disagree about a lot of stuff about as much as we agree. Same true of Joe. Same's probably true of Scott. Like, all of us will probably have a lot of stuff that we disagree about, but there's a lot of overlap where we do agree, and in general, where we do agree is where it's important, especially right now. I mean, keep in mind, Watcher's the type of anarchist that doesn't believe I'm ever going to see real anarchy in my lifetime. I just thoroughly believe that it is the most moral system. I don't believe that human beings have the capacity to rule over each other justly. And I don't believe that unjust rulership is something that should be allowed to stand. I thoroughly believe that we should work into a system of self-governance because it's the only moral option going forward, and I happen to want to live my morality. And not to the point of, well, I'll live my morality up to a point where it becomes really inconvenient because it's really hard. No, like, I'm not about that. I just realized that the type of morality I have in mind, I can only change me and maybe the kids that I'm raising. Right? Maybe the kids that I'm raising. But I don't think any of that's going to happen in my lifetime. I just think it's something to work for. I'd like to be the type of... Look, I'll tell you what, like, my big anarchist idea is. I would love to write a series of sci-fi or fantasy books, because I am a writer, just so everybody's aware. I just don't show off my writing because it's not... I used to write a lot. I was very good. I got a scholarship partially on my writing, and then I stopped writing when I joined the Marine Corps. And I don't know if you know what, like, 14 years off of, well, actually more than that, 15 years off of a writing, 16 years now, Jesus, off of a writing career will do. Just like cold turkey, none, because you don't have time and your behavior pattern has changed. But it's bad. I'm real rusty. So I'll work some of that out. But what I'd really love to do is be the type of person whose literature is a foundational plank. Like, hey, he had, look, so Watcher published that great sci-fi book that had this really great idea about how a society might function sans government, or how we might work towards that, or what some deeply held good principle. He found a great way to illustrate it. That's like, That'd be one of my feathers in my cap sort of thing. You are disappoint? What do you mean? I'm not going to become a real sovereign citizen? Brother, given the opportunity, I'd do it in a heartbeat. I don't see that in the cards in this part of humanity's development. There are too many advantageous things still to the state. Look, here's my opinion. I think that the state arose as a true stopgap to fill a need that humanity had, and that need was organization. We truly do. Like, we have an incredibly hard time organizing because we have an incredibly hard time trusting each other, especially when you look at like ancient societies where there were so like trust was hard to come by. You didn't have anything like a bank that could be a go-between between two people. The two people had to trust to some extent each other as they were trading. Like, there's only so much testing of a precious metal that you're able to do as a tiny shopkeeper, right? So there was a whole series of trust building that the government took out of that, right? By just saying, hey, we're gonna centralize all that. Anyhow, I'm getting lost in my own thought. Like Heinlein, but for my ideology. There's the thing, though. Heinlein is my ideology when you look into it, in my opinion. If you want to know where I believe, like if you look at an underlying thread in most of Heinlein's books, it's anarcho-capitalism. Like, he wrote a lot of books about republics and the virtues of them, and he wrote a lot of books about Starship Troopers was really good. Like, there are a lot of different ideologies in his books, but when you look at like underlying what tends to succeed in his books, it's generally in the fringes of anarcho-capitalism in that area, and that is where I fall. Like, if you look at it, it's I am full freedom. I think that in order to achieve that, you can't do that to humans that aren't ready for it. Like, I don't know how else to. I want you to imagine something, right? Like, imagine if we were on a generational spaceship, right? That is a spaceship that is going from one place to another, but it will take multiple generations of human lifetime before it arrives at its destination, right? These are proposed. These are like, we don't have the technology to build them now, but we are on the cusp of having them, and they've talked about what it would take to build them for a long time, right? We just don't have the propulsion to make it worthwhile yet, but we're starting to work on those life support systems. And the point is that in one of those multi-generational colony ships, you would need some pretty serious social contracting in order to stay alive, right? Like, there would have to be a set captain or leadership structure. There would have to be a set work scheduling, and there'd be all kinds of things that had to get done in order for everyone to survive, and it would be a necessity. It would literally be a necessity, right? I want you to imagine if you took somebody that was born in our society and tried to make them function in the type of society, like, not specially prepared for, not psychologically selected in order to be compatible with. Just take a random sampling of 1,000 people out of all large American cities, drop them into a generational spaceship. How well do you think they survive? Do you think that culturally they could do what it takes to adapt to that environment? Some of them, maybe. Not all of them. Trolling light years at sublight speed, exactly. Hell yeah! I would like to have a beer and have a discussion with all of you all. Hell yeah, buddy! That's what I hope to turn this into, honestly. Unfortunately, anarcho-capitalism can only succeed with a massive proliferation of nukes. So everyone has one at home. It wouldn't even take that. Honestly, it legitimately wouldn't take that. Look, you have to remember, like, I don't think people get this. You can have governments in an anarcho-capitalist society, sort of. You can have unions that form the same role as governments so long as they abide to not aggress on other people, right? So, like, the whole service guarantee citizenship, if you wanted to have an organization where you contracted yourself into something like that, that wouldn't be a problem. And I suspect that what you'd largely get is landowners in a given area coming together to say, hey, if you're going to travel through our private lands, which make up this city, you're going to sign this document which says that while you're here, you agree to X kind of rules, right? Like, there's going to be all kinds of little things like that that would pop up in a society like that. Anarchy doesn't mean no rules. It means no rulers. You could have self-governance in a ship. It would have to be hierarchical, highly hierarchical, and people would have literal, it would be, look, here on Earth, we would complain about slavery, right? Because you can't force labor out of someone, or at least that is the principle on which slavery is based, is that a man owns the sweat of his own brow. He owns the product he produces, right? That defines what a slave is someone for whom the product of what he makes is owned by others immediately, like by virtue of that he is not able to own it himself, or not able to own all of it himself, right? That's what defines slavery. So on a generational ship like that, you would have very close to what would be defined as slavery, tasks that people have to do or everyone dies. And they would be forced to do them if they chose not to. Like there's a it's a whole thing. Exactly. They opt into the hierarchical system versus being coerced into it. That's the whole difference there. Space Confederacy now. I agree. Let's sorry, Donut, if you ever do watch this to like review your copyright, I'm sorry you just got dragged into the middle of my half-assed political philosophy lesson here. Let's find some good copyright-free music and move on down the disco, and then we'll get his video started again, and we'll finish that up. Let's try this one. There we go. I saw this mix the other night and I quite liked it. All right, chat, tell me how the mix is.
Captures a forward motion of his arm. At the crime scene, after the officers were involved in the shooting, they immediately get sequestered from one another, and they are monitored. When the investigative team arrives, they do an individual walkthrough of the crime scene.
Yes, Hunch. Thank you. Yes, this is something. Look, I didn't go to university. I specifically avoided it because I thought it was I saw it as a trap, and I still see it as a trap. I'm proud to say that I viewed that as borne out. All of the information that I could have gleaned from university, I have been able to even see the courses themselves for free online in various places from higher universities that I would have been able to attend myself and pay for. But let me tell you that as a self-educated man, for the most part, I have reached the same conclusion. It's rather Tom Bombadil-like. I always thought, look, personal theory on Tom Bombadil. Tom Bombadil's superpower, the reason that the ring doesn't have any effect on him, the reason that anything else and aging and none of that have an effect on him, the reason that he doesn't appear to have been made by any of the other there's no accounting for how Tom Bombadil came to be through their creation myth. He just seems to have been, right? I believe Tom Bombadil's power, his ultimate superpower, is that he truly owns, truly, deeply, metaphysically and spiritually owns himself, and as a short extension, the land upon which he dwells. Anybody who likes my personal Lord of the Rings theory, I think it's a good one.
Independent of each other, related that they felt that Mr. Walker had turned and was motioning and moving into a firing position. So, again, BCI is going to do the investigation. I'm not prejudging it, and I'll leave it there.
Basically, what he is saying is out of the several officers who fired shots, Once the shooting was over, they were all separated, and each one of them said they saw something that made them open fire. The police department released 13 body camera videos. That means at least 13 officers were.
Sure, but remember, in a voluntary society, you have to keep talking each individual person to doing business with you at all times, and in one in which they were trained to actually look out for their sovereignty. When you aggressed on people, they would view you as a threat and would cease doing business with you in a particular given area. Now, granted, that might mean that others in a different given area who didn't like those people for one given reason or another might increase it. But that is a reason to keep good relations with your neighbors, if you catch my drift. Guys, there's true incentives is what I'm saying. We have, through most of our lives, largely experienced fake incentive structures put in place by people trying to gain their own advantage. What I'm saying is the only real moral way to do it is when the real incentive structures are only based around respecting other people's rights. And that's it. And then the other incentive structures are all based around be productive and help other people. That looks to do as long-term generational ship life, etc. Check out The Orphans of the Sky, also written by Heinlein. I have not even seen that one yet. I will definitely check that one. I thought I'd read most of Heinlein, but haven't grabbed that one, and I will. I also recommend Rolling Stones if anybody just needs a great read. It was written more for children, but it is, or not children, but like young adults. But it's a good read. It's a family in space in the Moon is a Harsh Mistress world after the events of Moon is a Harsh Mistress. So how does the court work in an ANCAP society? Man, there's a lot of answers to that. There are a lot of answers to that. The market provides. Honestly, what I largely see happening is my favorite, like there are hundreds and hundreds of answers, so I'm just going to give you my favorite. The one I have seen is essentially what reportedly we've understood ancient Ireland to have had, in that there were multiple competing systems of law as a business, with lawyers and guards and bailiffs and people to carry out the will of the court and all that. They act kind of like a gang that you come to for judgment, right? And generally what would happen is that you would have pre-agreed to what court you would have taken your grievances when you made your initial deal with somebody, like if you were going into business with them or something like that, right? You would have agreed, both of you beforehand, which one of these competing court interests you would go to, and you would agree to submit to the will of that court. That's one way. True respect is only assured by the sword, but in an ANCAP society, that's also not a problem and is pretty guaranteed by the how do I put this? By the incentive structure. There are always going to be those who have low morality or low empathy or low common sense even. Let's be honest. Like sometimes there are people who kill people by accident, right? Like just flat out by accident. That could be avoided if you say might be able to stop that person from making that decision in the first place, right? Who knows? I'm just saying. That's all. I'm just going to leave that out there. You guys need to open your minds a little bit. Remember that this is all about incentive structures. Right? What I'm saying is the incentive structure when there are no armed guards, or rather when you have to explicitly pay for the armed guards, is a very different incentive structure to be personally armed and protected than it is in a society where supposedly armed protection is automatically withdrawn from your paycheck. Like the small amount that you're supposed to pay towards your armed security, that's automatically taken out of your paycheck before you even get it, unless you're self-employed, in which case you pay it quarterly or annually, right? But it all goes there. Like anything you spend on top of that, that's only if you're really rich, right? And you've got a real need, because otherwise you just rely on the cops. That's what I'm saying. All of this When you actually take it and put it on the personal responsibility of the person to either carry a weapon themselves or hire private security or go in on a deal where a whole neighborhood hires a private security firm, or like, there's all kinds of options here, guys. There's all kinds of options. The point is, you just take out the coercion factor.
Chasing him.
As an acceptable means of business. Not that no one will ever try and coerce anyone, just that you take it out as an acceptable means of doing business, which currently what we have is the one who is most able to coerce is the one who gets their way, which is literally why we're complaining about what happened in 2020 and what they're doing to us. Guys, this is literally what we're complaining about right now. We live in a governed society. This is the result. This is always the result. Like, when you live in a society where someone has the ability to just say, I'm going to do what the fuck I want and I have guns to enforce it, and specifically guns that have shiny badges where everyone has a moral obligation in order to agree to what they say because of quote unquote social contract. This is where it always ends up eventually, guys. There's no other way for it to end up. That's how the incentives are balanced. Corgi, you're still wrong there. Like, you're taking it 2 steps too far. Most human interaction that is marked by coercion is generally done so, right? Because the incentive is there to be coercive. That's my point. Do you see? We're talking about all humans, not just on the individual level. When humans deal with each other, you have to deal with the individual on both sides. Where the incentive is there for coercion, unless you have something to offset that incentive, you're going to get X amount of people who will be coercive. That's my point. Government is literally an invitation to be coercive. A handwritten invitation with a moral justification attached. A blank check. That's what we're literally all complaining about right now. As far as the deadbeat in office and others. Okay, I'm gonna keep going.
Here are some of those body cameras from officers who fired shots.
This society was voted into being. I don't know how accurate you are about that, my friend. Don't know how accurate you are about that, my friend. Most of what we complain about society was not, in fact, voted into being, which is literally exactly what the Supreme Court just talked about recently. Almost all of the unbelievable fetters and rules that the government has put on you have come out of administrative agencies who did not pass it by law and are unaccountable to anyone. Because that's where the incentive calls for them to be. Because if you try to pass them through Congress, everybody has an incentive to not pass it exactly like the founders intended. Look, if you look at how if you look at the way that the founders were talking when they were designing our government, incentive structures, although they didn't have the words for that, are literally how they founded their decisions about where we ended up. And I'm just saying that we've come a little further and we have some tools that remove human trust from the equation. There are other ways to function, folks. But again, I don't think that'll happen in my lifetime. That'll happen long distant future. After a lot of blood and pain and sweat, because pain is the only true motivator for real change. Look, we're just gonna keep getting countries doing what the bad guys from World War II are famous for doing over and over again cyclically until we figure that out. No, Congress abdicated their responsibility on purpose in all of those things. Look, if Congress didn't want them doing that, they could have stopped them very easily. They could have pulled funding at any point. Look, it was done on purpose, folks. It was done because it's a lot easier to do it that way. It's a big club. You're not a part of it. But the guys at the very top of all those Fed agencies that are there for as long as they want to be there, because they're not going to get removed ever, they are.
Asserting your rights is not coercion. I don't know what you're talking about there. Self-defense is. I don't know anyone who refers to self-defense as coercion except for potentially communists. No, you have a right to assert your rights. You always have a right to assert your rights. In fact, that is what the very basis of the Declaration of Independence specifically says. Look, I don't know if you guys get what inalienable means, but an inalienable right literally means that if you wanted to, you could not give it up. If you wanted to give up an inalienable right, that's not possible. You can give up your current claim to it in your own head, right? But it doesn't mean that you surrender that inalienable right. And in fact, Corgi, if I'm not mistaken, the only thing preventing you from doing as you just said is the potential for government intervention. Am I not? Am I wrong? Like, the only thing preventing many people from asserting their rights currently is the government preventing them from asserting their rights over these communists by threat of force via being Rittenhoused.
Don't fucking move! Stop fucking moving! Stop moving! Stop moving! Watch it! Stop moving! Show me your fucking ass!
This one is by far the best angle, I think. All right, that's enough of that. Let's get through the footage and then see what he has to say at the end. Yeah, right about there.
So here's my thoughts on why so many shots may have been fired. Again, not justifying it, but I think in situations like this, it's always important to get into the officer's head. Take a step in his shoes. The adrenaline is already pumping from a high-speed chase with one officer already.
How would the military have
radioing
handled
several
under that
times
situation? Well, let's be honest. The military, like in most military situations, if you are fired upon and you can positively ID who is firing upon you, we have the capability in almost any military vehicle to lay a hate down while we're on the move. And so, provided that they had a free line of sight, they wouldn't have been a running gun battle. Dude would have popped off some shots and then he would have got nommed up. But let's say that like he's a high value target and they're trying to capture him. Like an HVT team would probably not have gone about it this way, but if they, I don't know, man. I guess maybe if they got into a running gun battle like this, honestly, I think they probably would have plugged the guy just the same. Like, if they think the guy, like, the point is always to preserve their life, and if they think they can get the intel with while preserving their life, they're gonna do it. But if they don't think they can get the intel, they're probably just gonna off the guy. And I mean, that's the closest situation I can think, Mill, to this, really. Okay, let me go back. You Americans have laws still on the books. Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. But cannot be enforced since they're legally invalid, unfortunately. State legislatures are increasingly lazy and don't necessarily repeal language because it was strucken down. Yep. I meant in my political views. What? Hold on. Oh, how would a military be handled under my political views? There's a lot of options for that too, man. Like, honestly, I think my favorite is first of all, remember that there's no nation state, right? And remember that, like, nation states aren't, in the future I'm talking about, you don't get anarchism while there's other nation states unless it's a multi-planetary thing, in which case then the military becomes like a self-funded self-defense force style thing. You just have to rely on the fact that these types of freer societies tend to have like ridiculously higher amounts of innovation and industry because no one's trying to shackle who gets to do what. And hopefully you wind up with something that is better than what the statists have if you're in an interplanetary situation. But again, that's why I'm saying I believe the only way for real anarchy to happen is for us to evolve into it over time, right? A step-by-step process where eventually we end up where somebody goes, hey, is there any like real reason why we still do these couple of functions that we do by the state when like we really could just do them by ourselves, or we could really designate these to a system that functions automatically with open source code that everybody can access? Because really, like, when you look at what government provided, it's organization, and it used to provide a medium of trust back when that was a harder thing to establish than it is now. Now, obviously, government is one of the least trusted organizations in the world because as trust innovations have advanced, it becomes a lot easier to track trust, right? Instead of just the government being the one that you can petition your grievances to. Oh, we have several leafs. There are many leafs here in the chat. They've been blown out of the Arctic tundra by the cold winds of winter. Alberta should be American. I don't know, man. I've heard the Western provinces might have considered splitting off in the not super distant past. What else, guys? Do you guys have other stories for me? Is there anything else I should be looking up right now? Or do we want to talk more politics? It's kind of boring, but like we can do that. I've talked these over so many times that it's honestly a little bit. But yeah, PMCs would be a thing. Hold on, Louisville shooting. What's this? This is just some chick streaming and doing what I'm doing. So that's it's not really what I'm looking at. Let me look up Louisville. Was there a shooting in Louisville? Yeah, nothing out of AK Iran that I can see. Let me look up Louisville. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. It's a decent-sized city. Nation states are as old as time. Untrue. Untrue. Absolutely untrue. Nation states are as old as, roughly Napoleon. I'm not kidding. Like, the current concept that you have of a nation state didn't come about till the time of Napoleon. That's not an exaggeration either. Before that, you had kingdoms, it's a very, very different concept of what makes up a people. Like, right? Like, monarchies and kingdoms and various things like that. And whatever the pharaoh called his particular, like, system of government, right? Emperorship. That's not a nation state. You had city-states, right? And those were a little bit different, and they did experiment with some of the same types of government, right? But not the same thing as a nation state, and not really conceived of as the same way as a nation state. The modern nation state came about, roughly, Napoleon Bonaparte. Alberta was populated by Americans until the rail was built to push Canadians west. They drew the border straight across, not knowing people had already settled from the south. We have a deep connection. I was unaware of that. I knew that was true in Oregon the other way around. I knew that there are a lot of people who were once Canadians that are now trapped in the Oregon and Washington areas. Sounds like you need democracy. No one ever needs democracy. Literally no one.
Like, 2 wolves and a sheep deciding who's for dinner is democracy. Look, as far as how we organize ourselves, we've had many drastic and violent shifts in how we've seen it, right? The nation state is a fairly modern thing. Alright, guys. I could do some live editing, or I could cut and do some editing when we're off. Mascudon on Twitter says the elites are all analog to the Soviets, free of consequences. They don't have to take Biden out. This isn't a mechanism to regulate their power. I don't think they worry about it. See, I don't know if I agree with all that. I don't agree with that at all. You weren't defined by political systems. Well, I mean, there's some debate about that as well, honestly. But, I mean, you know that as well as I do. You just probably come down on a different side of it than I do and think it's all settled, whereas I'm a lot more up in the air. I like to remind myself that Karl Marx literally developed the theory of communism based off of bad anthropology, and that most of what we have, unfortunately, is bad anthropology. Oh, not that one. Not that one. This one. That's the one I wanted. Let's see if we can... Oh, here's a story I wanted to bring up, guys. So let's talk about this. California trucking prepares for shakeup. This is written on the 3rd. This is, it's a story that I hear more about recently. Hold up. Okay, somebody's sending me some stuff for, That's a good meme. It's a good meme. California truckers prepare for shakeup under independent contractor law AB 5. So here's the deal, guys. California truckers are being told that they can no longer be independent operators under the whole that law that they passed to try and outlaw gig economy stuff. They can either go work for a big corporation or they can stop driving. That's what they're being told. And roughly 70,000 of them, at the last time I heard, had said, well, screw you, we're literally just going to move all of our businesses to different states and refuse to deliver to California. So the Supreme Court was supposed to hear this case, but they refused to hear it. The Supreme Court of California. That's the 9th Circuit, which is fucking awful. They overturned an injunction because this is good. Like the actual law itself is going to the Supreme Court probably, but in the meantime, they had an injunction, and the most recently they overturned the injunction. So it's going to go into effect now, as far as I understand it. Like literally, like now. I think tomorrow or something. I need to look at it. But it's very soon. Gas supplies via Nord Stream stopped from 7 a.m. Moscow time on Monday. So that seems like it was just a few minutes ago, guys. I think Moscow's roughly 7 hours ahead of us. And it's about... yeah. Oh boy. So here's the other thing Hunch gave me. I'm just going to pop you up on screen, Hunch. Sorry about this. The Russian hacker group Radit, and the Ukrainian Belgrini were able to obtain secret operational documents about the actions of the Ukrainian army and the real situation at the front. The hackers also managed to establish channels for receiving from the armed forces of Ukraine up-to-date information on the operational situation in the combat zone of the situation at the front. According to the hackers, American intelligence supplies Kiev with radar data as well as satellite images, including the territory of Russia, which is the subject of rocket and artillery attacks on civilians. A member of Riots and the hacker group told RIA Novostia. Now, again, guys, that's from Russian sources, so believe maybe 20% of it. But a lot of people, here's the thing, like, how might Russia respond to this? Is, like, if it's true, ask yourself, if it's true, how might Russia respond to this? I have some ideas. Russia has spent a lot of money developing some anti-satellite weaponry. And more recently, 3 days ago, some of our satellites spotted them building one of the largest anti-satellite laser facilities in the world. Something that we have theorized is possible, but have not built. It's at another space facility that houses a giant telescope. And it was open source investigations that found this originally, which is pretty cool. With public satellite imagery. All of these sources lay out the construction of a project named Kalina, described in the financial documentation obtained by the Space Review as a laser system designed for the electrico-optical warfare that can permanently blind adversarial satellites by shining laser pulses so bright they can damage the optical sensors. This is distinctly different from other lasers known as dazzlers, which are aimed at only temporarily blinding the optical systems. Yeah, these are aimed at burning out the camera sensors. So it was planned many years earlier, but it's only just now under construction, and it is in an existing space complex. So it's kind of interesting. They also have some rockets that they already have and have tested that can take out satellites in roughly the same orbit as our suspected intelligence satellites are in. Look, I don't know which ones are our intelligence satellites, guys. That was never my area of expertise, not something I ever knew. But it is... It's pretty interesting. It'll be interesting to see if it works, right? Like, a lot of the laser stuff that we've designed hasn't ended up doing what we wanted it to. Let me see here. I missed a bunch of chats. Let me go back through it real quick. Denmark, Japan, Sweden, England all still have monarchies. Kind of. None of them are functional monarchies. In fact, I think the only country on Earth that has a functional monarchy, recently they stepped down, I thought. I thought that was Thailand that still has a functional monarchy. It's literally the only country on Earth that still has a functional monarchy. The others are all just set pieces. They're literally just tourist attractions. Like, I don't know what you're coming at me with this for. None of those matter. Like, if any of those politicians ever tried to make any actual substantive political decision, there's a very, very good chance they'd be hauled out. Or people would just ignore them, like they were a crazy person. Like, imagine, look, listen. Right now, the Queen of England technically has the ability to dissolve Canada's government. Can you imagine what would happen if she tried? Saudi Arabia is not a monarchy. Saudi Arabia is a fucking gang. But fair. I mean, I guess I'll give that to you. But, like... Saudi Arabia is pretty much just a mafia, but I guess I'll hand that to you. Look, and all of the ones that do have monarchies are literal anachronisms. Like, the monarchies have to go through significant trouble and turmoil to prevent people from just taking, like, look, do you have any idea how much money Saudi Arabia takes out of the ground and just puts directly into public works projects just to keep people happy? They give people food, they give them fuel, they give them just about everything you can imagine. Like, that's not how a king used to operate. Am I right? A king used to operate by the divine right of God, and what he said was law. Like, it's just how it is, man. I mean, like, it started to change around the Magna Carta, right? Because that put limits on it. But I don't know what to tell you. Like, we don't really have monarchies in the way you're thinking. Like, even the monarchies we do have are essentially just dictators who adopt the title monarch. That's not the same thing as an actual monarch, where people thought there was some kind of legitimate, they are better than us, or they're appointed or anointed or something. That's what the whole monarchy thing was generally about, right? Like, even if that is what the plebs were bought on, and that's what they believed it was. That is not exactly how a king used to operate. Brother, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to step back on some of this. Like, it is how some very few kings used to operate in the same kind of situations these guys are in, where they're about to get overthrown because they're not seen as fully legitimate, right? Like, I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, the whole thing of being a monarch was all about that you were better and you were anointed by XYZ, right? There are people who, like, Kim does that. Kim Jong-un does that. We don't call him a king, but, like, he's probably the closest thing to a king we have. Like, he's got this whole backwards nation of people talked into believing that he's essentially a deity. So I was wrong, chat. We do actually have, like, someone who kind of operates in the fundamental system that, like, monarchies did, and that would be Pyongyang, including the, like, serfs tied to the land, and the king actually owning the serfs. Like, that's all of that is actually, like, why have I never thought of that before? Like, legitimately, North Korea is, like, the closest thing to like a vassal system that we have. You even got, like, now that I think about it, like, the party leaders operate very much in the same way that the dukes and other nobility would have functioned, and they kind of have the same sort of stink about them, in that, like, oh, well, they carry the, this might be a thought here, Hunch. This might be a thought. Into some deeper history. Brother, I've been into a lot of deeper history. Like, I'm telling you, that's how they sold the rubes on this, and that's 90% of what they had to do. Like, any of these rulers, 90% of what they have to do is convince the rubes, the majority of the masses, that they have no chance of taking power for themselves. That's legitimately all they have to do. And it's ridiculous how easy it is to train people to feel helpless. Like, trained helplessness. Have you guys ever seen these trained helplessness studies? It's utterly heartbreaking. Hold on. Like, when you look at animals that have done that, like, it's heartbreaking from a human perspective, too. It's a behavior exhibited by a subject after enduring repeated adversarial stimuli beyond their control. Okay? And this is observed cross-species. It just seems to be a hardwired thing of various different biologies, where when we think we can't do something, when somebody deliberately gives us that pulls the rug out a couple of times, we give up and we stop trying, and we don't even, like, look. That's what they have to do.
And if you're telling people that God has anointed people over them, it's a very, very useful way to do this. Plus, dude, religion used to literally be the center of a lot of these communities, my guy. Like most of what I've studied really deep is in this time period of kings and queens and what have you. The Holy Roman Empire and the various different kingdoms around that, and the way that the church took up, essentially became government because of the way that the Holy Roman Empire collapsed, right? Which is why you got like all the really terrible shit we got, like the Inquisitions and that kind of stuff, is because the church was being forced to take on these various different roles after the collapse of a bunch of these kings and queens, when it was no longer seen as like viable, right? Stalin a tyrant king or Mao an emperor? I don't know if I'd call either of them those. Like, here's the thing, those guys are actually doing communism. It's not the same over in North Korea. They call it communism. It's not. Like, it's flat not. Like, what they're doing is not even it's under the banner, but it's just communal farming is about the closest, and they did reforms where they do very little of that now. Like, most of what they do for that is, well, that's not true. I forgot. They went back after what's his face got plugged. Yeah, so I bet they're still doing the communal farm things again here now. Anyhow, it's not look, I wouldn't compare Mao to these guys for a lot of reasons. Like, Mao specifically, for Mao's plan to work, he needed to continue to be like, their whole plan was to be internationally recognized. North Korea's whole plan is to not give a shit about international recognition. In some ways, it's kind of based. You know, I've done the whole lights from space thing. I've never done the road thing. Have you guys ever seen this? Look at the road count in comparison. We've got this one big triangle for this lower part of the country. Look at how many roads around Guangdong, Seoul, Incheon. I mean, I know why, and it makes sense. It's just, it's interesting. I could see Scott. I'm kidding. Mao was a fucking cannibal. Yep. They literally ate the rich. They did, in fact. Yep. Although they were also cannibalistic in North Korea. That's happened as well, so I don't know that you can use that as a distinction, Hunch. No, I mean, it legitimately, it's not. Like, Juche is more, like, if you look at what they've turned Juche into, I'd say, like, more accurately, the crazy religion thing that they've got is more accurate to what it is. Like, I guess communism with Juche characteristics. I mean, the Chinese don't even practice communism. They call it communism with communist characteristics. Russians tried for a little while there, but, like, North Korea, like, it's not communism so much as it's just the Empire of Kim. You should be asleep, but what the heck? Hey, Juan Cholo. That's what this stream's good for, my friend. We've run out of live events, though, so I might be getting off here pretty soon. Because I usually like to restrict myself to watching live events or talking about specific topics. And we've wandered into chat, getting me to talk about my personal political philosophy, which has led to long discussion and argumentation. So I don't know that I'm winning this one, chat. I think this is not where I wanted to be when I started the stream tonight. In fact, I'm pretty sure I said pretty specifically that if I ran out of stuff to do, we were going to do a watch party. Do you guys want to do a watch party? Because if not, I'm probably going to end it. But if you want to do a watch party, I'm willing to watch episode 1 of my new favorite show with you. I'm just going to kind of hang out and wait till I hear from you guys. Alright, well, I'm Corgi. It was really good to see you tonight, buddy. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a fantastic night. May flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. All right, so you guys are down for the watch party. All right, let me get it up. Let me get it started. I'm not gonna switch to anywhere else. I'm just gonna make it so that the system can't hear my audio. If you're not a Prime member, I don't know, go download Clarkson's Farm. Hopefully you can get episode 1 downloaded like really fast. Like really fast. I'm gonna drop you the link here just momentarily. We're gonna watch Clarkson's Farm. We're gonna watch Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear do farming. He had bought the. I'll let him explain it. I'm not even gonna say it. Like, but he's got a farm, and he shows you what it's like to do farming. That's the important part, and it's very calming, and I quite like it. Chat. It tickles my pickle. Still staying in your wood. All right. So here we go. It's a real chill show. Here comes the link in chat. Hunch, I agree. You should come on sometime. We'll actually have a good talk about it. We'll schedule a good time for. I don't do debates like in the actual debate format, but we'll schedule a time to talk about it. I'm gonna get rid of this window here because that's where I like to put my movie. Is on that particular screen when I'm watching something that's like the most natural angle for my neck. Yeah. Still haven't watched the first season. Well, that's what we're doing. We're watching the first season because it turns out I was wrong about season 2. Folks, season 2 is not going to be out until next year spring. Apparently they're finishing filming sometime around now. And I thought it would be out sometime around now. So we're going to watch season 1, episode 1, Clarkson's Farm. It's one of my very favorite things on TV. Like I said, I love Jeremy Clarkson. I love everything about him and the gang. It's all just good stuff. British troops didn't think an officer promoted from the ranks was a proper officer. Only a noble given a commission was considered proper, no matter how daft the guy was. You're utterly correct, Juan Cholo. You're utterly correct. One of these days we'll talk a little sharp, and we'll educate these men. Never a debate. Yeah, we'll have a good discussion. That's what I like. I don't like that whole like debate format, and then they don't even do a proper like actual debate format. Drives me insane. Like, not that I enjoy proper debate format. I don't. I was part of debate club, and I actually find it tedious and pedantic. It's also not persuasive. It flat isn't. It is persuasive to the type of person who wants to be in debate club, and no one else. You guys in? I don't see anyone in this watch party. I see no people in the watch party. No one's joining my watch party? Someone's been getting into the Cornwall again. Oh sure, good rhetoric is useful, but like actual debate style format teaches no one anything. You are there, Pat Kennedy. Okay, anybody else? If you want to be there and you are not currently in the watch party, give me a 1 in chat. Again, if you want to be in the watch party, but you're not there yet and I should wait a little while longer, give me a 1. And if I see no 1s, we're going to start here pretty soon. You don't have Prime. Random, I'm sorry. You can download it though, just so you're aware, through other sources. Like I'm not gonna tell you where to go, but I will just say that certain places where they might sing yo ho yo ho, they are good for this. Okay, so you guys can't join, but you guys are going to be watching at the same time, I assume then? Because you can just go straight to the Prime and then open it up on your own, and I can give us a, like, okay, 3, 2, 1, go style countdown, and we can do that.
Let me know, Craig. I'd like to have you there. All right, Josh Ham. Good to see you, buddy. Have fun staining your wood. Hold on. Before you go, have you ever seen... there is something I do want you to see. Have you ever seen that New Zealand staining my deck commercial? Hold on. We can pull that up if you haven't. I'll watch the chat to see. Latin America was settled by a based monarchy, which is why it is the mess it is. U.S. was settled by a parliamentary representative government with a monarch, etc., which is why we are more free-minded. Yeah, man, I think you're very correct there. Great commercial. You've seen it. Ham, have you seen this yet, Hamster? Mr. Joshua Ham, if you have not seen this yet, we're gonna watch this real quick because it's good.
If you're like me, you find it very hard to keep your dick dry. I left my dick unprotected and it was warped out of shape in no time. I could barely recognise my own dick. Imagine that. Then I discovered Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. The best way to take care of your dick in 3 easy steps. First, wash your dick with soap and water. Then, wait for your dick to dry. Once your dick is clean and dry, paint your dick with Schaefer's dick sealant. I used to be too embarrassed to invite people over to see my dick. But now, my dick's the talk of the town. I even have pictures of my dick. Check out that dick. I want to send this to my secretary.
I want to point something out. This is actually how New Zealand people actually say deck. It's not a joke. Like, I have several Kiwi friends. It depends on how thick their accent is and how much they've been made fun of by Americans for it. But yes, the natural Kiwi accent, they literally just say this.
Barbara always loves to receive my dick pics. After all, summertime is all about spending time on your dick. I'll often have 20 to 30 people on my dick at once. That can really wear your dick out, causing dick splinters and discoloration. But with Schaefer's dick sealant, my dick stays a nice golden brown colour. Who wouldn't want a golden dick? I used to never let children anywhere near my dick. My dick was too dangerous for kids to play on.
Yeah.
But it seems like every kid in the neighbourhood's been on my dick this summer, and they've all had a good time.
Oh, God.
My dick's over 70 years old,
no.
But it looks brand new. That's part of the reason all my neighbours are jealous of my dick. Isn't that right, Jim?
Yes, you've got a nice dick, okay?
His wife is always on my dick, begging me to know the secret of my perfect dick. If you like Schaefer's dick sealant, check out Schaefer's New Zealand style cock. I had a huge hole in my dick, but I fixed it by jamming some cock in it. You'd be surprised how many things you can fix by jamming cock into them. Have an extra large hole in your dick? Try Schaefer's African style cock. Just go to your local home improvement store and ask for the big black cock. Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. Don't put it on your penis.
Don't put it on your penis. I can't, chat. I can't. I literally, I cannot. All right. Hopefully that's given some of you some time to find some other watching methods. You guys ready to go? You guys ready to go for this watch party? We got 3 in here. Are you guys pulled it up on your own in other ways? We're gonna do a 3, 2, 1, go. I've got it set to 0, 0, 0. And paused. Are you guys ready? I wish that was real. It's real. It's real. A marketing company just knew what they were doing and understood that Americans would find this hilarious and made one of the most viral things I've seen in a long time. All right, guys, are you ready to go? We're going to get this watch party underway because this is an hour, and then after this, I am flat done. Like, this is it. So if you're ready to go on that watch party, we're at 0, 0. We're going to hit go here pretty soon. 3, 2, 1, go. I'm going to have to silence my system so that you guys can't
So I don't get slapped for that. Man, I hope nobody joins the stream and is just like, why the fuck is everybody standing here doing nothing? This is a boring place. I wish there was a way I could, like, switch the stream title now to be like end the stream and then switch the stream title to be like, we're watching a show together. I want to go here so bad. It's beautiful. God damn, it's such a beautiful place, chat. Like, his photography is phenomenal, too. Chat, while we're watching this, give me a 1 in chat. Give me a 1 in chat if you were a fan of the original Top Gear. Jeremy Clarkson, James May. Where is it? Hold on, Joshua Ham. I'm going to pause it. Pause. Where is the farm? So, by the way, in case anybody's watching on a side thing, we were paused at exactly 1 minute 25 seconds. You got Jeremy Clarkson standing in front of a gate with his hands about to be clasped together. His farm is in the Cotswolds. Let me pull up pictures of Clarkson's farm, actually. I forgot that since I'm doing it, I can literally just do this. So, it's in England. The Cotswolds are a particular part of England. It's like the sunniest, nicest part. Let me get this aerial view here real quick. See if we can see. You know what? I'm not actually seeing any good views of Clarkson's farm, but if you go and look up Cotswolds on Google, you should see it on Google Maps, man. So two, you did not watch it. Okay, cool. All right, everybody, we're at 125 exactly. I'm going to hit play on go. So 3, 2, 1, go. I really like this track they're using for this intro, too. Like, they've got really good music taste, whoever did this. Aren't the British commie elite very angry at Clarkson? Yes. They have been incredibly angry at Clarkson for a very long time. He really infuriates them like no one, and I love him for it. In case you're wondering where that chat came from, chat, if you're in the watch party, you can actually send chats right there in the watch party. So I'm going to read the good ones out here. 3 minutes exactly? Yeah, here, I'll give you, we're going to hit 3:30 in 15 seconds, and when I say mark, it's exactly 3:30. 5 seconds out. Mark. Hey, shoo. Whew.
Yeah, YouTube's got like a 20-second delay, guys. I apologize. Don't know what else to tell you. Here's the thing, though. If you guys watch it when I give you the marks, then you'll get my commentary live instead of 20 seconds behind. Just an interesting thought. I also quite like these drawn introductions that they do. Oh, I love these little tractors. Look at them. These little internationals. My grandpa's got one very much like that. It's a little bit bigger. I know, right? They're cute little tractors, man. The look on his face. That's it. That's all the gas it's got. I love the look of this thing. I think it's a gorgeous tractor. Shut up, chat. I would buy a Lamborghini tractor. I would. Like, flat out, I would do it. Do you see the problem, chat? His light doesn't fit. She's hot. That's literally what she said. The Marine boot dies hard. Watch her. Bet you could get it. Bet you could get it with like a 15% interest rate. Punch knows his target. I'm going to pause, chat. I'm going to pause at 20 seconds. Chat, I love that they do the actual numbers of this. We're at 9 minutes, 20 seconds, 9 minutes, 20 seconds. We paused. I love that they actually run the real numbers with this. It makes a big difference, and you're going to understand why at the end of the season. He's trying to make people understand what farming's really like, because a lot of people who've never been in farming don't have a lot of knowledge about this. All right? And he... Pardon. He does it in an incredibly wonderfully illustrative way. We're going to get started. Pardon. Whew. We're going to get started on my mark. 3, 2, 1, mark. He's about to do a diversity joke here in a minute, and I love it. Keep your ears open for it. Hey, if you're just joining, we're doing a watch together to end out the evening. If you need the link, ask for it. We'll drop it for you. We're watching Clarkson's Farm, episode 1. What do you guys think? And notice we got new people coming in. Again, if you need the link, you can join at the same spot we're at. As long as you got a Prime membership. Pretty much. You see that, chat? Watch. Look. That's not stereotypical at all. Oh, I haven't seen a couch like that since the 70s. Gross. Yeah, not a joke. Not a joke. And you'll see how little they get paid for it here pretty soon. Or at least in the UK. There it is. I love it. I love it. Check Elon Twitter for Chuckmate comment. Okay, hold on. Looking. I'll pause it if something interesting comes up. Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Chat, we're going to pause it at 45. Paused. It's paused at 12:45. It's paused at 12:45. Chat, paused at 12:45 for a quick meme review break. Give me just a moment to pull this up. Elon is dropping memes late this evening. Oh, not that one. This one. Okay, but actually go to the link though. Thanks. So here we have him posting Chuckmate. Yeah. I don't know, guys. This is in concert with the meme that he posted earlier that other people had made about this. We reviewed that earlier in the night. I don't know. Like I said, I made a prediction. It's on my timeline. You guys can... I literally made the prediction on my Twitter timeline just to make sure it's there. It's also in a video that I made. This is not the last you've seen of Musk and Twitter. This is... Musk is... There's a good chance he's going to end up owning Twitter, and not in the way that a bunch of liberals have been like, oh, he's going to have to buy it even if he doesn't want to now. No. You just don't get how the game's played. All right, guys, we're going back to the video. We're going back to Clarkson's farm. Again, we're at 12 minutes, 45 seconds. 12 minutes and 45 seconds. If you're new here and you weren't here when we very first started this, I can give you a link so that you can join the watch party. You can watch it on your own. 12 minutes, 45 seconds. We're going to start on my mark, and that is in 3, 2, 1, mark. That's... Whew. Hey. 2 pounds for that couch. That's about fair. Hey, again, Patrick, if you're if they're watching it on the YouTube delay and they do it according to when I say it with my voice, then they get my commentary at the time that I actually make it instead of on a 20-second delay, which I assume is pretty annoying for you trying to figure out what the hell I was talking about. But I think on Twitch we can actually do this for extremely low latency and make it so that there's very little delay. We'll try that next time for episode 2. Oh, he wanted to say that on camera so bad. You could tell. Pardon. I forgot about that scene. Oh, I'd love a meme of Watcher on a Lambo tractor. Oh, I would go for such a thing, my friend. It's fine. That's correct. not just an opinion, they'll enforce it with guns. Don't worry. That does tend to be Jeremy's conclusion on most of this. Look at that! That little gator. That looks like a lot of fun. Little go-kart. That looks fun. There you go. Yeah. He wasn't ready, chat. Chat, in case you're new and joining and curious and wondering why nobody's talking, we're watching a show together. If you need the link and you have a Prime membership, just ask. We're finishing the night with a show together. $5 hours sounds reasonable. Oh, it is a sexy bunch of bags, Pat. You're not lying. $16.5 tons of fertilizer? Ooh, dog. That's a lot of fert. That's just the solid fertilizer. That's not even the liquid fertilizer. Or the other chemicals that get sprayed on later. Chat, I'm sorry. It's just brilliant. Watching him struggle over how to hook up the trailer is just brilliant. Pat, I can't read that on YouTube, but don't go Uncle Ted on us, buddy. Or maybe do, I don't know. Isn't she cute, chat? The one from the farmer co-op that comes to teach him how to use the tractor. She's fun. I like her. Do you think she knew she was going to be on camera and got dolled up, or tried to get dolled up before she came out? Or is this just how she dresses all the time? I don't know. The cardigan looks a little dressy is why I ask. I don't think you generally wear a dressy cardigan out to a farm, you know? You think she wears it all the time? She is cute like that. She probably does wear stuff like that all the time. You're probably right, Pat. Can you blame him, chat? Can you blame him? Yeah, well, look, hold on. She's not just teaching any dude drive a Lambo. She's teaching Jeremy Clarkson, a man who has driven professionally for a living just about any kind of vehicle you could imagine for over 20 years. She's teaching him how to drive a Lambo tractor. It's an interesting scene, I'll put it that way. I really appreciate what they did in this series. Speed and power. She's telling Jeremy Clarkson to speed up. Think about this for a minute, chat. I thought it was interesting, man, because she does do this for a living. Like, she works at the farmers co-op, and like literally her job is like, as farmers buy new equipment and all that kind of stuff, her job is to know how to use it and teach them how to use it, or to be able to interface with the people who can. Okay, chat, I'm gonna pause. We're pausing at 25:10. Pausing at 25:10. Let's talk about what Piccalilli is, because I looked this up, chat, and it's quite interesting. And I kind of want to make it just as an oddity, a culinary oddity, chat. I'm going to pull up my screen here real quick. So let's talk about Piccalilli. This, as you guys know, it has often been said that the British people conquered the world for spices and then don't use any of them. And that's not entirely true. They do have some pretty specific areas where they do like their spices. And Piccalilli turns out to be one of these, chat. You see, they had a lot of explorers go to Southeast Asia, and in Southeast Asia they do these pickled vegetables that are quite good. I like a bunch of like the pickled daikon and that kind of stuff. I quite like it. This is the British take on that, with like British radishes and a couple of other vegetables. And I want to try it. Anyone else? I mean, we have a couple of people from the UK here in the chat. How is Piccalilli? Do you know? Craig, are you still with us? If so, tell us. What do you think of Piccalilli, buddy? All right, guys, we're going to get back into the show. I'm going to turn this off. Whoop. Once again, we're at 25 minutes, 10 seconds. Clarkson is the very definition of a dude, but like above and beyond dude. You know what I mean? Especially when it comes to driving. All right, 25 minutes, 10 seconds. We'll start on my mark again. 3, 2, 1, mark. You know what I just realized, chat? If somebody wanted to watch this with me later, sort of, and get my commentary on it, they could literally just time up the timestamps to where I'm at. That'd be kind of cool. I didn't even think about that as a possibility, but like as an interactive entertainment, I can do my own riff tracks like this. I kind of like that. Hey, look at that deer. Fun fact: did you know they have like 7 species of deer on the British Isles, and all but like 2 of them are imported from different places and maintained by the Crown? Oh, look at that farm, chat. That is such a gorgeous farm. I love it when they do this. They do this around here even. They do this really far inland. Oh, more than 70. Like, seagulls migrate inland during different seasons in order to be able to pick up bugs like this. Because, like, as the cultivator's going by, it's flipping up bugs. And so they get a feast. This is called foreshadowing, chat. Right here, with the turning around, this is foreshadowing. Oh no, Pat, I understand it. I fully understand it. Maybe a little too well. But I don't actually understand the last part of that. You've referred to it a couple of times, and I don't know that I want to, but I don't get it. Thanks for the Joe Biden note at the top of that, by the way. Not quite that far gone, but I appreciate the thought. Wasting a bunch of fuel. I'm gonna keep it running while I go grab another fizzy water, chat. I'll be right back. Oof. 10 acres. I want you to imagine that, chat. Like, if you know anything about American farming, 10 acres is, for a whole day's worth of work. Oh boy. I love Caleb. I love this guy. You guys are gonna probably love him too, I think. I love this kid. How many of you have ever seen a seed drill? Before they're going to show you one on the show, chat, how many of you have ever seen a seed drill before?
Listen to how many businesses he owns. This is nuts. He's 21, chat. Listen to all those businesses, 21 years old. I love that kid. Oh, Army Manual. Okay. I'll check into that. I figured out what I can do, chat, to make a visual representation on screen that we're watching something together. We're going to go. We're going to go just like this, chat. And then we'll resize it so that it's appropriate. There we go. Chat, what he's saying is he's never been more than 20 miles outside of his hometown. I love how excited he is about the Lamborghini, chat. That's how excited I am. It, like, literally, it has to be precise on specific days, or it's a ridiculous number of shortfall. It's pretty nuts. And I love what he does throughout the show. You'll see, he does things to diversify the farm, and I really like that. And to process the things that he makes further, because you get more value the more you can process it. If you're just giving it out as raw, that's the you're just selling it as a commodity, and that's the least amount you can get for a product that you can grow. The more you can process it locally, the more local you can sell it, the more you can get it for. Or the more you can get for it, sorry. Ah, the weather. Because the soil has to dry out, not just stop raining. Yeah. So he literally sheared off some bolts. And you're also going to have to fix it, man. If you know much about Jeremy, you know that he famously is not good at fixing things without power tools. And with power tools, he's only decent at fixing things. Again, if you're joining us, we're watching Clarkson's Farm. Just ask if you've got a Prime link. I can send it to you, and you can sync with us. We're at 35 minutes and 40 seconds on my mark. 36 minutes on my mark. Five out. Mark. Because I know some of you are watching on your own. This is so well edited, chat. Like, one of the things that I love to watch on this is like how they visually display some of this information. I could do most of what they're doing here. It'd take me a little while to figure it out exactly, but I can do most of what they're doing. Imagine trying to fix a tractor and you can't even read the languages. He's got French, Italian, and German in a single tractor. Gotta love it. Of course. Look at that hair. Oh my god. Oh, how do they not have a maintenance instruction manual for their own? I have no idea. Like, because it's Jeremy Clarkson. Come on. To be fair, it's not much bigger than most U.S. tractors. Like, that's John Deere size, easily. In fact, there's several in my community that are significantly bigger than that. Like, way, way bigger than that. Grease nipple. So, buddy. I'm not gonna lie, I've done shit like that before. Like, it's hilarious, but like I have absolutely done that exact kind of shit before. Not in a tractor or anything, but where they only grease the nipples. Oh. I've done a fair amount of nipple greasing in my time. And I in fact do mean in the way that Clarkson meant it as well. I ran the pits when I was in the Corps for a while, and the target carriages have grease nipples exactly like that.
Isn't that nuts? The seeds growing in the bag. Yep. They fucked that up because they let their seeds get wet. It sucks. Which is a thing people do, by the way. M13 driver. Nice. I like a man who knows how to grease a good nipple. It is. Yeah, it's pretty cool. This is crazy. Like, looking at how this machine, like, these menus and shit, this is nuts. Anybody following? I am now, but the first time I watched this, I was so goddamn lost. Are you? I don't think you're missing anything, Patrick. I haven't seen anybody else chat for a while. Hunch, are you still here? I think it might just be you and Hunch. If Hunch is even still here. That's fine, though. It's super late at night. In fact, I can't believe you're not asleep, Patrick. Greta Thunberg could use a huge tractor to be hilarious. Hey, do you remember that foreshadowing I talked about earlier, chat? It's about to come into play. No work tomorrow. Good to hear, buddy. So that's what a tram line is the drill's supposed to shut off if he does it the way he's supposed to do it. And it leaves 2 undrilled sections. There you go. Let's see how Jeremy does. Come on, chat. You know you want a Lamborghini tractor. I know I want a Lamborghini tractor. Patrick, walk without rhythm, and you won't attract the worm. This is terrible, chat. This makes me utterly sick about these flea beetles. It's fucking terrible. Idiots. See, chat? I knew you'd love this. He's literally highlighting the World Economic Forum's, like, some of their direct things that they're doing to farmers. And how... It's important, in my opinion. Can you imagine? I'm sorry, I'm from the desert. I can't even imagine 6 weeks of rain. Like, I've lived in some rainy places, but 6 weeks of rain every day. Huh, I wonder where the cost of pizza keeps going up. Yeah, no joke, buddy. Imagine starting a farming on a year like that. Well, that's it, chat. We'll watch the next time thing real quick because it's just a minute long and it's pretty good. We'll stop before the credits, but it's pretty good. I love this. 2019. 2019 through 2020. Right as the pandemic happened. Yup. It's a stupid, fascinating series, my guy. It's one of my favorite things on TV. What did you guys think, those of you that were there? Hopefully some of you can come back and comment that haven't been commenting for a while because you've been watching it on another screen. There's 11 of you out there, so unless a bunch of you just fell asleep and just left your devices watching me, which I appreciate the hell out of you, what did you think of the show? No, you are going to see COVID. You will see COVID. I think episode 3 is where it pops up. We're going to do this whole series, by the way. I love it. I like watching it with you guys. I want another excuse to watch it again. What do you guys think? Anybody? Any thoughts on this? I'm going to end the watch party on that end, so don't be surprised that it's gone. You fell asleep? Oh, you didn't like it? I'm sorry, rock and roll. Or maybe it was just too late, and it is quite a calming show. I don't know. Maybe I guess I shouldn't take that as an insult. I personally literally have turned it on to fall asleep before. I've watched this show several times. Looks interesting. Yeah, man, it is super interesting. I'm sorry you fell asleep, man. I'll do this another time. I'll try not to do it so late next time. I don't like to stay up this... Like, I usually do stay up this late on Riot nights, but, like, I don't like to stay up this late if I am not watching a Riot. So next time we'll try and do this a little earlier. Like Top Gear Grand Tour. Yeah, man, it's pretty close. You don't think you'd be a farmer? Bro, you don't even know the half of it yet. So one of the things I love is that he diversifies his farm, which is smart. You'll see. I'm not going to spoil it. You fell asleep before it started, rock and roll. Did I just wake you up just now? I apologize. I need to be more quiet. Poor lurkers. Maybe grow for your own use, but not for profit. Well, I mean, that could start to, as Joe will point out, that could start to blend when shit falls apart. It can really start to blend. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it quits. I appreciate you. I think 5 hours is more than respectable for a stream. You have all been fantastic. There are only 10 of you left, and all of you are just utterly amazing people, and I love you, each and every one of you. Please follow me on Twitter. I'll see you in the morning on the Council on Future Conflicts in about 5 hours. That's it. I'm out. Bye bye. Sleep well.